of global commerce, the concepts of business transformation and sustainable innovation have become pivotal for achieving competitive advantage and long-term success. These transformative approaches are integral to fostering a robust global circular economy. By redefining traditional business models and integrating sustainable practices, organizations can not only embrace their operational efficiency but also contribute to global stewardship. The intersection of business transformation and sustainable innovation offers a strategic edge, driving economic growth while ensuring resource conservation and minimizing ecological footprints. Join us as we delve into discussions about the critical strategies and real-world examples that illustrate the power of these concepts in shaping a resilient and prosperous global economy. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the BCIPS fraternity, I, Tanushri, along with my esteemed colleague Dr. Taru Baswan, extend a very warm welcome to each one of you present here. Today, we are honored to have with us distinguished personalities from both the corporate world and the academia to grace the occasion of our 12th National Conference sponsored by Indian Council of Social Science Research, ICSSR, on business transformation and sustainable innovation, an edge to the global circular economy.
Amidst changing market dynamics and escalating resource constraints, the call for sustainable business practices has become increasingly urgent. This conference is designed to explore the transformative potential of innovative business outlooks and bioecological innovations, which are critical in steering the global economy towards a more sustainable circular model. We aim to uncover the synergies between cutting-edge technological advancements, bioecological innovations, and strategic business framework. This will facilitate the prioritization of environmental sustainability and social well-being alongside economic growth. Furthermore, this conference will emphasize the importance of waste reduction, resource efficiency, and sustainable product life cycles. Through insights, discussions, and collaborative exchanges, we hope to inspire actionable strategies that will drive the future of sustainable business practices. To commence the National Conference on an auspicious note, let us invoke the blessings of Goddess Saraswati. I request all the dignitaries and the directors to please come on the dais for lighting of the lamp. I would also request the photography team to take a group photograph, please.
Today's proceedings, we would now like to introduce our esteemed dignitaries. I would take this opportunity to welcome our distinguished chief guest for the day, Dr. Saurav Agarwal, Director General, Economic Council of India. Sir is a visionary and strategic leader who has also served as a former OSD and advisor to Government of India, former honorary advisor at European Union and former advisor at BRICS CCI. He is an innovative, dynamic, and highly energetic personality with more than 18 years of local exposure and expertise in socio-economic affairs, business advocacy, strategy formulation, policy intervention, public relations, stakeholders management, networking, and the initiation of key dialogues and facilitations between G2G, G2B, B2P, and P2P. He possesses an in-depth understanding of geopolitics, geoeconomics, corporate culture, political circles, and bureaucratic systems. Sir also has expertise in dealing with private and public sector organizations, multilateral organizations, NGOs, and multinationals with a proven ability to act, communicate, and negotiate effectively. His broad experience encompasses leadership roles that require strategic thinking, strong interpersonal skills, and a deep commitment to driving organizational success. His ability to foster collaborative environments and lead cross-functional teams has been instrumental in achieving significant business outcomes. We welcome you, sir. It's an absolute honor to have you with us today. May I request our Vice Chairman, Sri Vipul Gupta ji, to facilitate Dr. Saurav Agarwal with a token of our respect. Next, we would like to introduce our guest of honor, Mr. Ajay Kumar Gupta, former Director, Indian Council of Social Science Research, ICSSR, Government of India. Sir joined Indian Council of Social Science Research in 2002 as a Deputy Director. Prior to that, he was associated with national level research organizations like National University of Educational Planning and Administration, Indira Gandhi National Open University, and State Council of Educational Research and Training. Sir holds post-graduation in sociology, postgraduate diploma in journalism from Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, New Delhi, and postgraduate diploma in book publishing from College of Vocational Studies, University of Delhi. He was promoted to the post of director with ICSSR and has worked in various divisions of the organization. He was also given responsibility of being the Chief Vigilance Officer of the organization. During his professional career, he has been instrumental in publication and dissemination of research reports arising out of various programs and activities of the organizations that he has worked with. It's an absolute honor to have you with us, sir. May I request our esteemed Vice Chairman, Vipul Gupta, sir, to facilitate Mr. Gupta.
We would like to welcome our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Gagandeep Sharma, University School of Management Studies, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, who would be joining virtually. He is in charge of the University School of Fire and Industrial Safety and Director of Atal Incubation Center of Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, New Delhi. Besides, he is Associate Director, Office of International Affairs of the University. Professor Sharma is a visiting professor at Zecani Istvan University, Hungary, and University of Lodz, Poland. He has been awarded postdoctoral fellowship from the Lebanese American University, Beirut, Lebanon. Having a doctorate in management and master's in philosophy and commerce, Professor Sharma has an academic experience of over 20 years. He has published more than 85 Scopus papers that have been cited more than 5,100 times with an H index of 36 and I-10 index of 70. His cumulative impact factor is above 450. He is the editor with journals of repute including Resources Policy, Venture Capital, Helion, Social Sciences and Humanities, etc. Besides, he sits on the expert committee of the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, for its scheme on women incubators. In addition, Professor Sharma is a prominent Punjabi poet awarded by Sahitya Academy for his collection of poems. We would welcome you, sir.
Introducing you to our esteemed guest, Professor Ravi Chandran. investigator, Sectoral Reforms Mission, Government of India, former professor and dean at Jamia Hamdard University, New Delhi. Dr. N. Ravichandran is a leading management professional with a distinguished academic and research career. He obtained his MPS from IIPS Mumbai and his PhD from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, India. He has been awarded fellowships and honors by various prestigious associations such as the Science and Engineering Research Council, the Population Council, South Asian Network of Economic Research Institutes. For carrying out outstanding research activities, Dr. Ravichandran has been honored with the Asia Fellowship Award under the royal patronage from Thailand by the ASEAN Scholarship Foundation for his outstanding contributions to public health. In 2023, he received the Special Award for Educationist par excellence from the International Hospitality Council London and IIHM India for his commendable efforts in ensuring the continuation of education. He has pioneered research in health policy, health systems and programs, publishing numerous research papers and books organized by organizations such as SANEI, the Population Council, ICSSR, WHO, UNDP, and IFES USAID. Over his distinguished career spanning more than 15 years, he has completed over 100 research studies and projects supported by various organizations. In addition to his extensive teaching experience, he has conducted MDPs for professionals at WHO, USAID, UNDP, the Commonwealth Secretariat, and numerous corporate organizations. We welcome you, sir, and are delighted to have you with us today. May I request our esteemed director, Dr. Aparna Mishra, to felicitate Professor Ravichandran with a token of our respect.
We would now like to take this opportunity to welcome our mentor, guide, and also the Vice Chairman of Sri Banarsidas Chandiwala Seva Smarak Trust Society, Sri Vipul Gupta. Sir has more than 2 decades of rich industry experience and has been associated with various organizations of repute. He is a philanthropist, having a keen interest in social and ecological development, and has numerous accomplishments in the domains of strategic agreements, overseas consignments, logistics, exports, and trainings. Sir has been a constant source of guidance and inspiration for all of us at BCIPS. We're really honored to have you, sir, today. May I request our director, Dr. Aparna Mishra, to felicitate our VC with a token of gratitude. Also like to welcome amidst us Professor Bhandari, Director BCIHMCT, and Dr. Ravish Sagar, Director BCIIT, and Dr. C.S. Ram, Director BCIP.
Welcome, sir. Thank you for being with us.
To begin with the inaugural session, may I request our esteemed Director, Dr. Aparna Mishra, to present the welcome address and give this session an energetic start.
So let's begin the profound wisdom from Isha Upanishad. This is the last chapter of Yajurved. Isha vasyam idam sarvam yat kinch jagatyam jagat tena tyaktena bunjitha ma gridah kasya swadhanam. Everything in this universe belongs to the Supreme Being, and the imperative to use resources wisely and reasonably is our responsibility. It calls us to embrace sustainable practices, innovation responsibly, and contribute to a circular economy at global level where resources are valued and preserved for future generations. Good morning, everyone, honorable dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is our privilege to welcome you all to this pivotal BCIPS 12th Annual National Conference on Business Transformation and Innovative Sustainability and Edge to the Global Circular Economy. We are honored to gather with such a distinguished assembly of experts, innovators, researchers, and thought leaders committed to shaping a sustainable future. Before we delve into the core theme of our conference, we'd like to extend a heartfelt welcome to the eminent dignitaries on the dais who have graciously present here and they are witnessing to this event, which is really very crucial in today's world. Our chief guest, Dr. Saurav Agrawal, Director General, Economic Council of India. Sir, your leadership in policy making has revolutionized sustainable practices across the industries. Guest of honor, Professor Gagandeep Saniji will be joining us virtually after the chief guest address. He is Professor USMS, GGSIPU, an esteemed academic and thought leader whose work continues to inspire and guide the next generation of sustainable leaders. Guest of honor, Shri Ajay Kumar Gupta ji, former Director, ICSSR, Government of India, a visionary leadership who has been instrumental in shaping the sustainable future, paving the ways for a more resilient and equitable global economy. Our keynote speaker, Professor N. Ravichandran ji, investigator, Sectoral Reform Mission, Government of India, Professor and Dean Jamia Hamdard University, renowned for your relentless advocacy for transformative business practices. Our patron, Shri Vipul Gupta ji, Vice Chairman, Sir, Shri Banarsi Das Chandiwala Seva Smarak Trust Society, a philanthropist closely associated with environmental and climate-related issues. Sir, your dedication and pioneering efforts in sustainability and business transformation inspire us all. We look forward to your valuable insights today. As we embark on today's journey of exploration and discussion, let's consider the word of Ellen MacArthur, a leading advocate for circular economy. I quote here, "The circular economy is not a niche or a trend, but a powerful framework for the future, business, and the society at large." Unquote. This perspective highlights the circular economy is not just an option, but a necessity for the future of our industries and our mother planet. Recent trends shows a significant shift in how business perceive their role in sustainability. I'll be quoting here a few of the researches conducted in this area. According to McKinsey, product with ESG, that is environmental, social, and governance claims, have grown 28% over the past 5 years in comparison to just 20% for products without such claims. This reflects a broader movement towards integrating sustainability into core business strategies. The ERM Sustainability Institute 2020-24 trend reports identifies crucial areas like decarbonization, human capital, and ESG integration as essential for competitive and sustainable businesses. Similarly, a survey by UST Global highlights that 92% of organizations worldwide prioritize sustainability alongside technology-driven transformation. Another move can be seen in recent global summits, wherein they have also reinforced the urgency and potential of these transformations. March 2024, Economist Impact Energy Transition Summit in London discussed AI's role in optimizing energy use and expanding renewable energy. In the same month, Sustainable Lives Net Zero in London emphasized the importance of ESG, climate tech, and supply chain sustainability. In April 2024, World Future Energy Summit in Abu Dhabi highlighted the integration of renewable energy and smart city technologies. In June 2024, the Brussels Summit on BIP, that is biodegradable waste management, focused on strategies and innovation for improving waste management practices. July 2024, very important, Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit in Singapore focused on driving innovation and best practices in sustainable businesses and finances. So today's conference is not just an exchange of idea but a call to action. The insight you gain and discussion you engage to translate into tangible action that drive business transformation and sustainable innovation. In this spirit, let's embrace the knowledge shared during the session and work together to advance the global circular economy. I challenge each one of you to consider how can your organization better integrate sustainable practices into our core operations? How can emerging technologies such as AI and blockchain can be leveraged and can drive sustainability? And of course, how can collaboration across the industries, academia, government, communities amplify your sustainable initiatives? Before I hand over the podium, I encourage you to prepare to be challenged, inspired, and motivated by the insightful deliberation take place through panel discussions and paper presentation in next 2 days. Your presence and participation today are invaluable as we strive to create a future where business transformation and sustainable innovation pave the ways for a thriving world. To conclude with a Sanskrit verse, Anavaran yatha nityam प्रवृत्ति सर्व संवृते धारणा च यथा पृथ्वी तत्र वर्ते च धर्मतः. Just as the earth continuously supports all without obstruction, so should we practice sustainability, embrace the principles of circular economy, and preserve the world justly. On behalf of Banarsidas Chandiwala fraternity, I once again welcome you all and express our deep appreciation for your esteemed presence here. I look forward to a day of insightful dialogues and impactful progress today. Thank you so very much. Over to you, Tanushree.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving this event a very spirited foundation and elaborating the theme of the conference. May I now request our mentor and Vice Chairman, Vipul Gupta, sir, to extend his blessings to us and officially declare the event open. Please, sir.
Thank you so much, and it's really nice to have all the dignitaries here on the dais and the kind of work that they've done, and it's really insightful having a discussion, very informal discussion that we had over a cup of tea. What all is happening in our country, we just keep on, we are remorseful for what has happened, what is happening. But now, like we have Dr. Agarwal, who's here, and what he's talking about, the initiative done by the government and his NGO, it's a non-profit organization, right? So it's a non-profit organization. It's really worthwhile, as we see and say, and I think we should be hopeful. With these words, I leave this podium and declare the conference on. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. We request our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Saurav Agarwal, to deliver the inaugural address.
Respected taxpayers, esteemed academicians, leading practitioners, and human beings of the Mother Earth. Greetings of the day. First of all, I am extremely thankful to respected Dr. Mishra ma'am for extending an invitation to exchange, share views, and learn from all of you. I am also thankful to Dr. Samsher Singh ji, HOD, and his team, BCIPS team, for kind coordination over past few days for inviting at this conference. I am also thankful to all the attendees, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, students, and the team of BCIPS for hosting this conference and exchanging a lot of value inputs and the ideas between each other. I request if you can play the presentation, please. Economic Council of India. I am the Director General. I have been mandated to represent this organization. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Economic Council of India is not for profit, non-government entity, an independent company. As a council, one of the peculiar title which has been granted after a lot of pursuance and convincing to the government, because the word council in India is restricted and prohibited. We do hold the 12A ATG CSR trademarks. This council is being represented, mentored and backed by eminent personalities, professionals, diplomats, agencies, defense personnel, lawyers, academicians, corporates, and other personalities. Our core motto, or the core fundamental which we work upon, is transforming economic fraternity and economic non-violence. That is peace-led economic co-development and coexistence and non-violence. Next, please. The objective of this council is, ECI is to transform the war economy towards the peace economy. That is our global initiative, considering the need of the hour today, and we focus with the human-centric approach for the global good. Especially when we talk about the economic transformation, youth, that is, we plays a major role, because youth-led economic development, so-called the present and future of the India or any country, and along with the woman-led economic development, so-called Mahalakshmi, the economic power center. Next, please. This is the governing council. You can see the eminent personalities, the leading practitioners, the HOD, the advisor Minister of Defense, who was previous DG Military Intelligence, to Special Director Intelligence Bureau, to CBI, to Interpol, to the bank chairman, to academician, diplomats, civil activists, and they trusted me as a Director General, handed over the mandate. Next, please. This is the Advisory Council, as headquartered in New Delhi, spread across the world with 8-9 chapters. This is the entire team. You can see the MD of the Bandhan Bank, CFO of Myntra, Oswal Industries, Max Group. These are the corporate and the other distinguished personalities, and of course the National Council support, especially the my office. Next, please. This is the international representatives, people who represented the IMF, diplomats, the European Commission expert, and other dignitaries. And mix of the dignitaries, including the backed by the who has expertise into the academia, technological, AI, etc. Next, please. These are the chapters where we are today. Next, please. Madam, Dr. Ma'am, I request if you all can sit over so that can see the presentation, because I can see the sir is also facing a difficulty to see the council. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, dignitaries. The gentleman, can I ask you a question, please? Okay. Where do you come from? Dwarka, very good. One personal question, off the record, don't take me on the record. Which party do you support to? Why so? Why BJP? Great. Which community do you support to? Not religion, huh? Community. Okay. What is the GDP of Dwarka district? So, please sit down. So that is what the case is with me also, with you also, with everybody in this country. If I'll ask you about politics, at least half an hour non-stop, he can convince me definitely and make it ensure I'll vote for BJP. If I'll ask him about the community development, region is the not right word to discuss, that's why community development. But just a very basic question, every day we talk about $5 trillion economy, GDP, what is the GDP, what is the income of the Dwarka district, what is the expenditure of the Dwarka district or any other district as you come from. I understand various districts, various part of the country, maybe internationally if somebody is here. That is the fundamental question today. Hence, this happens with me also. That is why I understand the economic awareness at the grassroots level is must today when we want the economic transformation. That means apart from the political, religious, other debates, please do the economic debate. Please do the economic debate on this if you really want to do the transformation. Now I am coming to the peace economy. This is the global initiative and personal my vision on this to take it at the global level. Next slide, please. So peace economy, whatever little bit I am able to achieve today, we do hold the IPR of the same for the entire world, and with the human-centric approach, we are taking this particular topic because either we talk about the peace or we talk about the economy. Frankly speaking, peace without economy, economy without peace is inseparable. Both is not happening because we need to do the integration of peace-led economic development today. And you ask me, I don't believe in development. Don't take me wrong. I believe in co-development. I believe in coexistence. Next, please. So, peace economy is the origin, the integration of the peace and economy. It's a pathway to implement the SDG. Today we all know about the SDG, but it's really happening or not is a question mark, which we'll see. Next, please. These are the key elements of the peace economy: sustainable development, resilient growth, mutual beneficial, ethical conduct. Do we talk about economic secularism? This is the debate which we need to take it from the grassroots to the decision makers table. Next, please. Peace economy, the pyramid. Economic integrity, need of the hour today. And this question lies with the self-discipline and with the self, not with others. For what we're working for. We're working for the money, or we're working for the value, or we're working for the both. Economic discipline today is absolutely missing, hence you see a lot of news on the television. Accountability. Madam, we were discussing about the economic equitability, the equitable distribution of resources. That is the key. Who we benefiting to? We are benefiting to a mass, or we are benefiting to a class? That is the major fundamental question. Economic culture, which is the foundation, which is the crux of any national development. Economic trusteeship. What does that mean? That means CSR. No, it's not corporate social responsibility. Corporate sustainable responsibility. Corporate has to come forward and take the responsibility. Cutting off checks are not enough today. Not enough. Next, please. SDG. What does SDG means? This is the definition by the United Nations. What does sustainability means today? This is the actual definition of sustainability, which way back started in 1997 at the Brundtland report. From there, the word sustainability come into the force in the United Nations. Next, please. Question of the day. SDG 230 agenda, a reality or a challenge today? After 2015, once the program started on 2015, officially launched by the United Nations, and today, almost after the 10 years, the United Nations realized and said, oh, we forgot the youth to include into it. And recently they did the amendment and they said we need to approach the youth for the SDG who plays the key role into this. This is the official data. SDG is really happening or not happening today, because program is built, but what is the pathway to achieve SDG? Next, please. And especially 1 minute, back please. Previous slide, please. Okay, so SDG 16, peace. If you read the Charter of the UN, the entire UN Charter is based on peace and security, but SDG 16 itself is hardly able to achieve. Next, please. UDP. We don't talk about this. Why so? Who is responsible? Who is economically accountable for this? Unsustainable debt pile today. The global debt rose by $1.3 trillion on this quarter one because of the unsustainable debt pile. All these issues and problems we see today in the society. Next, please. What is global debt? Anybody? Global debt without seeing on the screen. This is the definition of the global debt. What is the size of the global GDP? GDP. So one side we are talking about the gross domestic district product, and the same time we are talking about the global domestic district product, 109 trillion. So in a simple mathematics, 109 trillion is the income and 309 trillion is the expenditure. So the world income, world expenditure is 3 times higher than today the world income. Next, please. The global debt. These are a few figures which will astonish you. So 349.47 something is the global debt, and the interest on the global debt is $847 billion. So 3 times the debt is more, and the interest on the debt is 3 times more, and we all are paying this interest irrespective of caste, custom, creed, religion, gender, geography, nationality, because if we are paying the income tax, we are contributing to this particular. Next, please. We all are experiencing today the word on ICU. So ICU, we know what it stands for, but today, yes, the word is on instability, conflict, and unsustainability today. And next, please. We generally talk about EQ, IQ, SQ, Edward quotient, educational quotient, but we talk about peace and economic quotient. Do we talk about this? No, we don't talk about this. Next, please. We are heading to very serious situation today. What do we want? War economy or peace economy? Aggression or progression? Disruption or development? Destruction, construction? Separation, unification? Firings in terms of at the battlefield and in terms of the corporate field and in the layoffs. Intel, few days ago, I just read on the paper 18,000 employee, Intel decided to lay off. Battlefield, agri-field. These are the choices today. You want a gun or you want a pen. That is the difference between the peace-led economic development and the war-led economic development today. Next, please. Irony situation. I mean, just the reverse paradigm. Instead of agriculturization, we are moving towards weaponization. Instead of optimization of resources, we're talking the maximization of resources. That is the major difference between the peace-led economic development and the war-led economic development. It is between optimization of resources or the maximization of resources. Utilization of goods or services or exploitation of goods or services. It's the difference between the need and the greed. Gandhiji said we have enough resources on this world to one's need, but not for the one's greed. And ultimately, through war economy today, we achieve anxiety. Ask the people living in Palestine, Israel, Russia, any other, or Bangladesh today, or people living in West Bengal at the border area. And today, when we are at the safe environment, we are experiencing the peace. Amen. Next, please. We were discussing on the TMAM, war capitalism or peace capitalism. Backed by crony capitalist development or the development backed by peace capitalism. That means social investment. Sir, we were discussing about the Sulabh Shauchalaya kind of interest thing. Coffee house, Appu Ghar, these are the classic example which is benefiting to the mass, not to the class. So we need to focus on more on the social investing side, backed by the revenue. Next, please. Try to fit into the one slide. The irony today is we Indians come from one of the oldest civilization, and it is true to say by birth we practice peace. Our ancient, the peace or economy in antiquity was based on 4 fundamentals, which is dharma, earth, kam, moksha. We have already heard about this. Dharma means not the religion. Don't interpret me wrong. Dharma means righteousness, duty. Socio-capitalist lens we were talking about earlier. There was a chair system. If you are a shopkeeper, if someone is coming to your shop, he puts the chair inside, then he can go to the next shop. So that's called co-development and coexistence. But today, everything is reversed today. Hence, we are all experiencing the situation today, the stagflation to, next please. Sustainable pathway. When we talk about what is sustainable pathway, the decentralization of resources, strengthening economic treaties. This is the peace-led economic development, the pathway to. Empowering youth-led development, research, innovation, technologies. Ask the researchers how they struggle, I mean, to ask for the fund, but whatever the limited resources, they are trying the best. Moon Mission 3 was one of the classic example of the peace economy. Within the limited resources, we have achieved that's called the optimal utilization of resources, the fair utilization of things, the teamwork. Next, please. Sustainable well-being. Madam, just we heard from you, I mean today, the sustainable well-being. And this is the sustainable well-being. We should have a right to eat, right to drink, right to education, right to sail, right to fly, right to pray, right to work, right to happy, and ultimately right to live the way 110 countries are today into the conflict, unrest, and global turmoil today. This is the true meaning of the sustainable well-being. Next, please. So when we talk about the difference goes within between the war economy or the peace economy. The choice is with us. Thank you so much for patiently hearing. Wishing all of you peace-led economic prosperity, and thank you for listening on Economy from Non-Economist. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your insights. May I request our guest of honor, Mr. Ajay Kumar Gupta, to share his inputs with us. Please, sir.
Respected Shri Vipul Gupta ji, Vice Chairman Banarsi Das Chandiwala Institute of Professional Studies, Dr. Saurav Agrawal, Director General Economic Council of India, Dr. Professor N. Ravichandran ji, Dean, Jamia Millia University, Dr. Bhandari, Director, Institute of Hotel Management, Professor Aparna Mishra ji, distinguished faculty members, dear participants and young scholars sitting in front of me. First of all, I just wish to express my thankfulness to you for providing me this opportunity to address you. In fact, when this proposal came to us at ICSSR, so it went to the experts, and let me tell you, within I think 48 hours we got the approval for this project, because this was so relevant and so contemporary. So I must thank Professor Aparna Mishra ji and her team for this proposal, such a novel proposal, and Chandiwala Institute for organizing this workshop or this conference seminar. Let me tell you at this juncture that it's not easy to get grant from ICSSR. Say the success rate is around 10 to 20%, because normally we being the only body which provides particularly grants for organizing such kind of conferences and seminars, which I will come later, that how ICSSR works. So we get thousands of proposals, and out of that it is not possible to provide grant. I think if government of India would have been generous, we would have given to all, but it's a competitive world, so not easy to get. But then it was awarded, and I was just going through the entire conference themes and other things, various tracks, various topics, and distinguished scholars who are going to speak. I think we have done justice after providing grant for this conference seminar, and I hope that in times to come we will have more such conferences, seminars with you, with the Institute of Chandiwala Institute. So I must congratulate to all of you for this. Now I will speak a bit about ICSSR, because many younger scholars are sitting here, faculty members are sitting here. Basically, as you know, ICSSR stands for Indian Council of Social Science Research. I don't know how many of you have heard about ICSSR. Can you raise your hands if how many of you have heard about ICSSR, the word ICSSR? Only one fellow, I think few others also, my distinguished faculty members sitting here, they must be knowing. But since I think most of you don't know about ICSSR, so I would be spending 10-15 minutes telling about ICSSR. This body, see, after independence, Government of India thought that we should have a council to take care of social science research. So after independence, they founded 4 councils. Say Indian Council of Agriculture Research to take care of agriculture research. then Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, that is CSIR, to take care of science and technology, Indian Council of Medical Research to look after medical needs, and on the same pattern they founded this Indian Council of Social Science Research in the year 1969. Under the Ministry of Education, this council was founded, and this is an autonomous body which is under Ministry of Government, and the 100% grant is provided by the Government of India. Recently, we celebrated our 50 years of our existence. Indian Council of Social Science Research has got 6 regional centers, and they are housed at various universities so that we can have academic culture there. So Northern Regional Center is housed at JNU, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Then NWRC, that is Northern Western Regional Center, is at Punjab University, Chandigarh. Then Western Regional Center is at Mumbai University, Bombay. Southern Regional Center is at Osmania University, Hyderabad. Northern Eastern Regional Center is at Nehu, Northern Eastern Hill University, Shillong, and Eastern Regional Center is at Calcutta. So these are the 6 regional centers which are housed in various universities to cater to the regional needs. So we have segregated the whole country into 6 regions so that each regional center can take care. Besides that, we have got 27 research institutes. In fact, we could have 2 modes of operation. We could have had our own research centers, but we thought that whatever research centers were doing good work in the area of social science research, so Government of India and ICSR adopted them, and based on the 50-50% working, so now they are called as ICSSR Research Institutes, and they are spread across the country. And some of the prominent ones are, say, you can say Institute of Economic Growth, which is in Delhi University. Then CWDS, Center for Women and Development Studies. Then we have got MIDS, Madras Institute of Development Studies in Madras. Institute of Social and Economic Change, ISAC, in Bangalore, doing marvelous job. Then CPR, Center for Policy Research. So similarly, we have got various research institutes which caters to the need of both state and central government. So we work in close association with them, and we in fact actual research work is done at the research institutes. So depending on the various themes or various projects they get from central government, state government, so they work on those projects, and some of the schemes are also run by them, ICSR sponsored schemes. So this is administrative structure, and we have got our headquarter at JNU, Jawaharlal Nehru University, where our headquarters is there, and our secretariat is there. So the secretariat work is done from ICSSR headquarter, and we run various schemes, because I think most of you are management students, I think, so you may be going for in future for MBAs, for research work. So management is also one of our discipline, besides economics, political science, sociology and social anthropology, psychology, geography, business management, commerce, law. So all these domains comes under ICSSR purview. So we cover all these domains. So in case if you are thinking in terms of carrying out research, so you must know ICSSR, because that is the only body which provides funding for carrying out research in these fields. So we have got various schemes with us. To start with, we have got research fellowship program. I think that is the one which I should tell you about that, and you should hear it properly. Pay some attention. We start with doctoral program. So for doctoral program in ICSSR, it's a 2 years fellowship program, For that, you must be already registered with some university or institute. So once you are registered with them, you can apply to us for doctoral fellowship. Generally, the advertisement comes in June, July. It has already appeared 10-15 days back. The advertisement has already come. So you can apply to us, and in case if you are selected, then you will be given 2 years fellowship. That's a full 2 years full-time program. But the competition is very tough. Generally, we get about 10 to 15,000 applications, and after that, we give around 400 fellowships. So then you can devote your full concentration on carrying out this thing for doing your doctoral work. Besides that, we have given some of the research fellowships to our research institutes also. So you can avail from there also. The selection criteria is very tough, tougher than your JRF. But once you get it, then it's a very prestigious fellowship. Next one is postdoctoral fellowship, that is again for 2 years. Because once you have completed your doctoral program, it takes some time before you become a faculty. So we don't want to waste your resources, and at that time you can join our postdoctoral fellowship, that is again for 2 years. The third in the row is senior fellowship, that is meant for younger faculty members. See, once you have devoted 5 to 10 years in the teaching job, you want to again get back to your research work. So we give you this opportunity to spend 2 years full-time research work and do you can choose any theme, and sometimes we also give some themes. So you can work on those themes, and then you can, enhance your research capabilities. Lastly, we have got national fellowship. That's a lifetime achievement kind of a thing, which is given to very senior and eminent social scientists who have devoted their whole life for the cause of social science research. Basically for very senior eminent professors, then vice chancellors, bureaucrats, even defense personnel. So in case if they have got academic interest, they can also apply to us. Spend there. Why SAI should not establish their centers? From there, once we think in those terms, why not swimming pool in district level? Even Noida, they don't have swimming pool. Just adjacent to Delhi. No swimming pool is not a single government swimming pool is there. What to talk of other things? And then we think in terms of having gold medals. So we have to start from the scratch. We have to see then how, and now Government of India is also taken initiative with Khelo India and other things also. Our Honorable Prime Minister has given the slogan of Viksit Bharat 2047, and I think in times to come, organizations like Economic Council and other organizations, those who are free from bureaucracy, I think they would come forward and they would advise Government of India bodies from time to time, so that the culture can be changed there. And it's changing. It's not that it's not changing. Now this Niti Aayog, if you go there, you will find lot many younger scholars working there. So they come there, they spend 2-3 years, 5 years there, and then they go back. So this is what is required. You should not be, now the days have gone when you are doing full time 50 years, 60 years spending there. You spend some of the time there, give your best, and after that, then come back to the field. And now the time has come when the private sector, and society has to come together, as Sir has rightly said. Now it is not CSR. Now it has to reach to everybody. Now they have to come forward. What happen is when the March month will come, February, March, they will see what is left there, and they will distribute like that, just for the compliance purpose. It should not be for compliance purpose. The whole purpose was that the industry should get associated with the society. So I think in the times to come, I think those things will also happen. So I won't take much time. I think I am also very eager to hear to Dr. Sir and other distinguished our keynote speakers. So I thank you once again on behalf of ICSSR for organizing this conference, and I wish you all the best, and I hope to see you more often. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ajay sir. Your address has certainly given us some valuable food for thought. We would now listen to our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Gagandeep Sharma. Since due to certain urgent commitments, sir could not join us in person, he would be talking to us virtually. And I would request our technical team to please connect, sir.
Very good morning to all present in this dais of the Testing Conference, Business Transformation, Sustainable Innovation. I can see my and the colleague ICSSR. I can see Dr. Shah, Prasidas Chandiwala, the director. I can see Dr. Saurav and some other worthy colleagues here already. And I'm so sorry, I'm very apologetic that I could not. Shamsher is also there. I'm sorry if I'm missing. It's a little too far, but still, it's. I'm really very apologetic in the beginning about the non-availability that I could not come over to the physical venue of the conference, but you know that there are challenges these days. This transformation that's happening and the pace at which the transformation is happening in our country presents a lot of challenges, and those challenges are not only to the institutions and businesses, but some of them are also to the individuals like myself. So I'm at the receiving end of some of such challenges, but at the same time, it's interesting to talk about the theme of the conference a little bit. So allow me maybe 5 to 7 minutes to talk about the theme of the conference. I would not go into too many formal things. I am sure that many of the formal things that need to be said at this juncture have already been said or will be said by my colleagues who are actually present there. The first and foremost, or probably the only thing that I want to put on record as an academic representative of the fraternity today is that let me put on record my also sincere thanks to the bodies such as Indian Council of Social Science Research, which take initiatives to fund this kind of opportunities, to fund this kind of gatherings. And it is not only this kind of gatherings, but also by all that you are doing to support the research and academic environment in the country is praiseworthy. And I can only put my records on my thanks on record to the council and also to the other councils which are doing something similar. I can see that there are a lot of research scholars or students and some academics here. So let me reflect upon the cause of the conference a little more about the business transformation and sustainable innovation. Initially, I thought I'll maybe deliver a presentation, but I would urge all of you to pay attention for the next maybe 5 to 7 minutes. I won't take longer. I would only talk to you in a way that would be useful for you also in your careers, whether you are an academic or a researcher or a student. So, ladies and gentlemen, the way in which sustainable development has come into play from 2016 is leading to or has already led to some real transformation that has caused a lot of changes that need to happen. But 2016, the announcement of the or adaptation of the Sustainable Development Goals, that was just a beginning of a lot of things that were to follow. Not all fortunate things, but also many unfortunate things that followed 2016. For example, you know what I'm referring to. We saw in 2019, we saw the outbreak of the pandemic. After ages, this kind of a pandemic comes, but we have seen that. So that impacted, while sustainable development urged the businesses to shift their focus from the business goal towards a sustainable goal so that we can take along, I would say, four orders, right? Though there are frameworks such as ESG, which say environment, society, governance, but let me talk a little more from the context of the Indian knowledge system, wherein we say that there are four orders which businesses were supposed to take into account. What were those four orders? Material order, plant order, animal order and the human order. पदार्थ अवस्था, प्राण अवस्था, ज्ञान अवस्था और पदार्थ अवस्था, प्राण अवस्था, जीव अवस्था और ज्ञान अवस्था. So these four orders were to be taken into account while taking any business decision. So whether we should have a machine or we should have humans in our job, in our business, is a decision which is not only a business decision, but it also impacts the society. It also impacts the the other segments of the nature of the universe, which needed to be borne into mind. Right. So that's what Sustainable Development Goal setting did to us, the businesses, from only looking at the perspective of the business as such. We were supposed to look at the more broader perspective, to look at the global perspective, to look at the holistic or inclusive perspective. That's what the Sustainable Development Goals did to us. Now, 2 years gone past, and there was something else waiting in the wings. The COVID-19 pandemic got or thrashed almost all the businesses. My friends from the academic administration would also appreciate the fact that it also hit the academic administration like anything. Our admission numbers, our employment numbers, everything was hit and hit badly. So from there, that was another cause of the transformation that was forcing us to transform. More recently, what has happened in Russia, Ukraine, in terms of the geopolitical situation that we are seeing, or for that matter in Palestine, Israel, or for that matter even more recently what has happened in South Asia, in Bangladesh over the last week. These kind of developments are the ones which are wanting the businesses to be dynamic. We cannot commit anything to any one side. But still, there are going to be changes which would be very, very frequent as compared to the past. Therefore, there is a need for the businesses to transform. Now, I will talk about two more things. So I hope the first point that I've shared is somewhat into the minds that the businesses need to transform not only because it is important for them to transform, but because it is essential for them to transform. If they don't transform, they would perish. So that's where we are. Now, to transform, we have to speak or we have to discuss about two other things, I think. One is, which you have kept in your title also, innovation, sustainable innovation or innovation. And the other one is, are there some use cases for us? So I would reflect very briefly about these two things. About the innovation, about the sustainable innovation, what we are seeing these days can be seen as a what you can say, as a counter narrative, counter agreement, counter argument to the innovation. For example, artificial intelligence or generative artificial intelligence. Every now and then, I get to hear a lot of arguments stating that artificial intelligence and generative artificial intelligence is a counter innovation measure. What has happened is that it would counter the innovation. Now that's something very minute. As a teacher, let me reflect upon that. As a teacher or as a student, am I replaceable? That's a question that a business has to ask as well. A student has to ask as well. A teacher has to ask as well. And a dean, university vice chancellor, everyone has to ask, am I replaceable by the machine? 80% of my jobs, yes, those are replaceable. Many of the things which I do are actually mechanical things which I do, and a robot can perform those things for me. Now, do I want to use a robot myself for performing those 80% things, or do I want to compete with the machine? That's where the sustainability of the innovation does lie. We have to appreciate the fact that machine and human are not to be seen as competitors of each other. Rather, we have to be seen as companions of each other. We have to be seen to work in tandem with each other. So if I can use the machine, like right now, we are using the machine. I'm reaching to you. Of course, I'm missing the physical touch of the friends and colleagues there, but still, I'm reaching to you with the help of the machine, right? And then we know how much time we are saving through all this, how much energy we are saving through all this. the carbon footprints that would have been for a person to move from one part of the world to the other part of the world, which can be avoided. Not only about the city of Delhi. Delhi is a relatively small city, but people are doing conferences worldwide, and then there are people who are traveling from one place of the world to the other place of the world. If that can be saved through the use of the technology and innovation, that is exactly sustainable. That's not only good for the humans, but also good for the nature. So that's how we have to understand the concept of sustainable innovation, and not only have to understand, but we have to, implement the concept of sustainable innovation. Now, I would like to give you some case studies, some interesting case studies. Let me talk about a few of the interesting case studies that have happened in recent times when people have, or businesses have, used the sustainable innovation to transform themselves. For example, uh, one of the biggest firms and in the news for all the good and bad things, always, one of the most, uh, you know, exciting auto firms is called Tesla, right? And owned and managed by, none other than Elon Musk. So Tesla is a leader in electric vehicles, we know, and renewable energy. What does it exemplify? It exemplifies the use of dynamic capabilities to drive the innovation, which leads in three different fields. The field that I pointed out, and everyone is aware in the field, environment, society, and governance, ESG. So how renewable energy and the use of electric vehicles can exemplify the use of dynamic capabilities to drive ESG innovation. Now, what are those dynamic capabilities that they are using? They are innovating continuously in electric vehicle technology, battery enhancements, and autonomous driving features. We know we are still dreaming whether there will be or can there be a successful driverless car, but there's a lot of research that's going on in that field. In a country like India, where we have so many of the population which are employed through for the jobs such as driving, those may not be required in that big number. But of course, we would need to create the jobs for them in some other things. At the same time, the commitment to renewable energy through solar products and energy storage solutions are positioning the company as a market leader and sustainability pioneer, therefore enhancing its competitiveness and reputation. That's one example, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, Another example, which I do not want to miss actually, is from Unilever. We know Unilever, we have known Unilever for a long time as Hindustan Lever Limited. Today we know Unilever as Unilever India. Unilever's sustainable living plan demonstrates how the company uses ESG practices to gain legitimacy and trust. Right now, they publish detailed sustainability reports. Those students or researchers or those who are interested in all Starbucks, the coffee producing unit, right? Now, if you look at the corporate social responsibility and the ESG initiatives of Starbucks, it has made substantial efforts to integrate both of those, ESG, CSR, into the business model. But that's also something which I have been arguing through some of my literature work, research work of late, wherein I've argued that CSR cannot be treated as a separate thing. I'm reminded of a movie, and you may or may not recall the movie, but the scenario which can be appreciated. Uh, this movie stars those were the early years of Mr. Amitabh Bachchan, and this movie stars him, and he is a thief, and then out of the money that he steals, he goes to the temple and then puts some money in the temple and says, "Hey God, I'm giving you your share, so please take care of my business." That's what businesses are also. I'm sorry to say, but some of the businesses are also doing. On one hand, they are doing whatever they have to do in their business, and on the other hand, in the name of CSR, they're doing something else. So there are two parallels that are drawn. But what Starbucks is doing these days is making substantial efforts to integrate the ESG and CSR initiatives into their business model, and they're focusing on ethical sourcing, environmental stewardship, and community development. What are the ESG strategies that they're using? They're sourcing their coffee and tea through a venture called Cafe, CAFE, Cafe. What is CAFE in this case? Coffee and Farmer Equity. So they are promoting an initiative called Coffee and Farmer Equity, therefore CAFE. And through cafe practices, they are promoting sustainable agriculture and fair trade. Then they are investing in farmer support centers and offers loans to the coffee farmers to improve their sustainability and productivity. At the same time, they are also aiming to reduce, the waste through initiatives like reusable cups. Those of you who are Starbuckers must appreciate that instead of even using the cups which can be washed, they're using some reusable cups these days, right? With the names written, the white and green cups with the names written. And a funny story is that once I was sitting in a lounge in a Starbucks at Budapest, and I asked them for a coffee for my name. They asked me, "What is your name?" I gave them the name Gagan, and then they spelled my name exactly in the way that I want it to be spelled, Gagan. I clicked a photograph, posted it on some of my social media, and two of my friends from Europe, they commented, "We are really surprised to see that Starbucks has spelled your name rightly. Usually they spell the names wrongly. For example, one of my friends whose name Vijay, he said that my name is usually pronounced as Vigya. So that's mainly for seeking the interest of people into it. It's not so that's also part of the strategy. But so waste reduction and using the renewable energy by investing in the renewable energy projects to empower their stores and operations globally. Then finally, Starbucks is also engaged in community service and invest in local programs that promote education and economic development. And thereby they promote diversity in the workforce and promote inclusive work environment. Now, what is the impact? There are three impacts that I want to talk about, and that's it. Last 30 seconds of mine. Three impacts. One is the customer loyalty. Their commitment to ESG and CSR enhances the brand reputation, strengthens customer loyalty, and attracts socially conscious consumers. Right. So, for example, I have been attracted to Starbucks not only for the coffee and for the ambience that they provide, but also because of these socially conscious things. Secondly, so first is customer loyalty. That's the impact. Second is the operational efficiency. The sourcing, the waste reduction efforts have improved the operational efficiency of the firm and also reduced the environmental impact. Finally, the social impact. Their support for farmers and communities contributes to the positive social outcomes, reinforces its role as a responsible corporate citizen. That's important, ladies and gentlemen. As an innovative venture, that's where sustainability has to interplay with innovation and finally lead to a transformation of the businesses in a way that not only the environment, society, and governance can be enriched, but also the manav, the padarth, the pran, the jeev, all of those four orders that we have been talking for since ages can be, the value can be added to all the four of them. Thank you very much for your patient hearing, and I'm really obliged to have been given an opportunity to speak to such a learned audience. But at the same time, as I said in the beginning, I'm really apologetic about not being able to. My friend Dr. Vikul, whose company I love a lot, had an opportunity to miss with him as well, and also with all other colleagues who are present there physically. Excuse me for that, and pardon me for that. Thank you very much again, and I look forward to seeing you physically very soon, some other time. Thank you very much. Thanks. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. I request our esteemed guest, Professor Ravi Chandran, to deliver the keynote address.
Very good afternoon. It's wonderful to be part of this gathering, and also thankful to the Banaras Chandiwala group of institutions and Director Dr. Aparna, HOD Professor Samsay Singh, and my esteemed colleagues on the dais, Puttaji, Saurav Agarwal, and Ajay, and other my faculty colleagues who are part of the paper presentation or the conference, or my dear colleagues as well, any other member of the groups, and particularly students as well. Today the topic is talking about the circular economy. It's a very interesting topic, but globally it is not a new phenomena. First of all, it is not a new concept. It's a very old concept, particularly in India. It is an ancient Indian concept. How to cycle or recycle, or how to use and how to maximize the usages. So this concept been there, it is there, it will be there. But being a human and talking about the growth, particularly development, did we really understand the meaning of it? No, it is a big no. We never understood the reality of the concept of the circular economy. If we talk about circular economy, when the Milky Way, that the galaxy has been born, from the day itself it has been there. It is a cycle, recycle umpteen number of times. Even if we talk about us as a human being, or any species in the world, or any species in the earth, they born, they die one day. The birth and death is already cycle. The kind of birth, the kind of living you gain, that is based on your karma. The karma dictates how you cycle yourself in the next level of birth. So that means the circular as a concept already exists. But how we cycle it as a human being or as an individual, how we care the nature, the ecology or ecosystem is the key. Whatever you do contribution, if it is a good will, is coming to the best way. If it is a bad evil, will take you to the next level. So for instance, you all study all watched Ramayana, there is a very interesting character called Ravana. No, when Ravana was he was Ravana and Kumbhakarna was the known character to all of us. Now before that, they were the security guards of the heaven of the Vishnu kingdom, like Narayana play. So when Brahma's sons wanted to visit the Vishnu, the Narayana, the gods stopped him, stating that the Narayana is taking rest and he would take some time to meet you. So they got angry and they gave shop. Like they said, you will take birth as a human and live on the earth, the Manusha. So when it happened to him, the Ravana, they said how do I recycle myself, come back and merge with my Supreme, that is Lord Narayana. So the Narayana said, either you have to take 7 births, and the birth will be as a good bhakti, like you have to cycle it yourself and live longer life in the earth and promote the bhakti. And there is an alternative is, take a 3 birth, become evil and enemy to the Narayana, the Supreme, and fight. That means he wanted to align with the nature. So they decided to go against the nature, the Supreme, and the Ravana took, Hiranyakashipu in one yuga, and second Ravana, and third he became Shishubala. That means how you go with the nature, or how fast you quickly align with the nature, that will dictate the system of the circulations, the cycling. The concept of the circular economy is nothing but how to reduce the waste. Now, you are all management students. Now we study Six Sigma, we study lean management. What it talks about? It talks about only this. Lean management what? Reducing the waste. It's a purely managemental concept in terms of talking about the quality management. Now we study total quality management. For what? To see and reduce the waste and cycle it, make sure that it is usage is maximized. So that's what we look at, that concept of maximization.
The recycling has to be done at how far, how much done. But this is a very good opportunity for management students like as me. I am also a student of management. What I consider is, so far, the technology, whatever the technology we are using it, either camera or video or mobile or anything, whatever we use it, these all are driven by the engineering concept. It's all use single-use concept, single device use and throw concept. Because of that, the linear approach, the linear model, what we talk about, is now piling with the garbages. We are not able to find a solution to that. We are not able to look at the nature that is getting harmed because of the single-use pattern. Now, the option is given to the management. Now, how to dictate the engineers to come with the new technology or device management can be maximized in terms of usage or enhancing the life or strengthening the features. It is a whole opportunity is given to the management students. Now, how you take it and further, how do you lead to the next level? That is the key of the entire approach. If you fail to do it, the management will not be there. See, if you look at it as a management, माल बेच के आओ, MBA मतलब क्या होता है? माल बेच के आओ. अब माल बेचने की क्या? किसका माल बेच रहा है? You are not selling your ideas, selling of the engineer who made the product. You are selling that. So that means single-use product or single-use device is the concept of the management so far. Now it is given to the management. Now completely as a management, we define or we dictate the engineers to come with recycling process or reintroduce the device management or distribution itself or anything. So that is the key, we need to look at it now. Okay. At the same time, we need to look at other angle. Are we talking about the circular economy in reality? No. So today, I mean, Mr. Sara was talking about the peace economy, but then I urge him also look at how far the circular economy is going to bring the optimal growth in the implementation process. It is not analyzed. There is one of the research big gap we found. There are a number of activities are carrying out, but there is no analysis or trend pattern available to see that the circular optimal growth that can be defined. Now, since I mean you are going to work at the grassroots level, and this can be also played as a part of things. We'll be happy to part of the exercise if required. Myself and Professor Samsa Singh, Dr. Aparna, the team also can join the process of working this concept. So young researchers, young minds also can part of the venturing out. The second, we are talking about the capitalism and the technology. Now the technology changing the world. Like 10 years back, we never looked at or what we heard about artificial intelligence. Like as one of the speakers said, now artificial intelligence literally putting a break to the human innovations. Now the Western countries, developing nations are trying to put a moratorium for AI usage, but India, it is just beginning. So there is a sad part. As a developing economy, we are talking about AI utilization, but they are talking about moratorium, not using the AI, because human interference. That's where I'm coming to the key. The Viksit Bharat, India has to be developed in another 25 years down the line, that is 2047, developed nation. That means we need to think about how best the circular economy could be used. India doesn't have much of the natural resources. Even if you talk about Indian geography, there is a north and south divide. South has very less amount of resources, but they have intellectually grown up. But north has larger resources, but not grown with the technological advancement. So there is a south-north, the divide is existing within the country. But if you look at globally, there is a west and east pattern. Like east are deprived of the technological advancement, and every time they put a condition for transformation of the technology. So we are lagging behind it. For how far we are going to advance ourselves, unless until we talk about reuse, recycle, maximization of usage, the circular economy for business transformation. But that purely lie on the management students, management subject, not an engineer. Engineer cannot divide. Engineer can be only technologically develop a tool. But manager can dictate the device designing. You can dictate the distribution model. You can come out with larger ideological concept of selling yourself, selling the managerial concept, not selling concept of production and consumption. That means today, even the last budget, we are talking about production and consumption, but we need to move beyond the circular economy base. That is not done at all. Okay. So that means there is another gap is formed. That means Viksit Bharat means we need to talk about the capitalism and the technological advancement and how it is going to strengthen the phenomena of the circular economy, not done by any research. There is a big gap again. And third, we are talking about east-west and north-south divide in terms of resource management. One has got a resource abundance, another has a resource less. Now, how do we build it? So there again, we can think about the peace economy coming. So there I think that cycling between the peace economy. So that means there is again a scope of further research. So then we need to think about not just simply talking about the business transformation. And the business has to be cycled, recycled, and how many times, the strengthening it. For example, we are talking about the business. Are we talking about honesty in the business? No. Are we talking about the governance? No. Are we talking about the transparency? No. So what we are about? Nothing. We are only greedy and profiting. I just share you one of the example. Recently we all know there is a hike in the petrol price. If you look at the overall petrol price, it's gone up to 120, Delhi itself. There are other states gone beyond that 120 plus. Now reduced to around 90 to 100 is hanging around. I just take one of the product, like one of the milk product. I don't want to take the name of the brand. 400 grams they used to sell at the cost of 90 rupees. When the petrol price hiked to 90 rupees to 110, they raised the entire 20 rupees on the 400 grams packet. It became 110. Now 110 rupees petrol price reduced to 93 rupees now, 95 rupees now in Delhi itself. This particular company reduced the weight to 370, increased the price to 140. So are we talking about, what circulation are we talking about? We are talking about the greediness, profiting it. And we are talking about basic right, essential rights. We are not able to circulate it because the hike went up. That means every liter petrol has increased to 20 to 40 rupees. Is trying to profiting with that 400 grams or reduce the weightage now. Now are we talking about the transparency? Are we talking about ethics in the business? Today we are talking about the Ram Rajya. What Ram Rajya we are talking about? If we are aspiring to be Viksit Bharat, if we want to be developed nation, we need to be honest in the business. The transformation has to come from within the business industry, conglomeration. And we need to talk about governance. No governance at all. We talk about everywhere corruption, every business industry without corruption, they cannot start an industry. We talk about the startup or many kind of words we use, startup, skill up, all. But what we are heading towards? No, there is no answer to that. So where we are heading it, unless until we talk about the kind of things, coming back to the transparency, governance, honesty, and sharing the responsibility towards the society. That is not coming up. CSR, you make so much of profit, give a 2 to 3% to the government, and your job is over. We being a management student, we are happy we get a job from the company. They don't follow the shareholder ethics or stakeholders ethics. But we are saying that they are good at business, they are number one brand. Are we talking about what? The business economy is going somewhere. Not talking about the circulations. All developed countries, they are in the comfort zone. They've grown up in such a way, they don't want to give up. We are talking about 70 hours week of working culture, 70. They wanted to work on only 35 hours to 40 hours in a week. They wanted to have a luxury in their life. Now, if you ask for any kind of support, technology transfer, or any kind of support, they put 100 conditions. I just share one of the example. During the COVID, I was part of the ICMR technical committee. when we are negotiating with a drug, I mean patent transformation, all Western countries put a umpty number of large quantity of the conditions. They were storing the vaccination for next 25 years. They blocked all the vaccination process. But we were looking at next day survival. They were not ready. They put a umpty number of conditions. Finally, of course, that's where the supreme, the nature exists. Nature helped us to come out with our own way, and we are able to save the earth today. We are able to serve the entire global countries. India has one of the country to help other countries to overcome from the COVID phenomena. So, if we don't follow the nature, earth, and its sustaining goal, and its phenomena, the cycling it, recycling it, if we don't follow that, there are umpteen number of tsunamis and COVID and hurricanes in waiting. We will be destroyed. We will be destroyed by our own man-made disasters. We will not be spared by anyone. अब तो बच गया था कोविड से, नहीं आगे 29 में और एक आएगा, क्योंकि every cycling has phenomena. Like if you look at, we had a SARS 6 years back. India thought we don't have, we will not get it. We got Ebola after 60 years. Now we got after 120 years again the SARS phenomena came in the form of COVID. So that means the nature will take its own course of action. It will punish us if we don't follow or minimize the waste. The waste and recycling the biggest concept of the circular economy, and that should be the key for business transformations. Now, I remember my own grandfather, Nana, taught me. We are coming from a farmer's family. I was very small, around 8 to 9 years old. I used to go with him to the field. So then, like after the harvesting it, we all put the seeds together and put it back. That Nana told me, leave some seeds or whatever we harvested, leave to the earth, leave it to them. I said, no, we have to take it because large quantity is going out. Nana told me, no, that is for many species who supported in the cultivation, harvesting. Today what we are enjoying it, they were part of this entire harvesting or agricultural processing. And we need to safeguard them. That is, he taught me safeguard the nature and be part of the ecosystem. So the steps that we are taking today is like very, very far off. And nowhere we are getting toward the either circular economy or sustainable development. We talk about big terms in the papers and articles and all. I could see good amount of articles coming up. But I wanted this conference to come out very 3 takeaways where we can advocate to the government, global governance, or including UN bodies, bigger level. One is how we can build up guidelines or policy measures for economic transformation, particularly focused on circular optimal growth. Can we talk about it? The second part should be cycling, recycling. The waste management related guidelines is not yet placed. Yeah, it's obvious. We can see that a big mountain garbage are surrounded by Delhi, and you can see one day Delhi might become a garbage of Delhi, not the Delhiites. And third, what kind of the policy advocacy we can take it further from here onwards. So there are 3 takeaways we need to come out with this conference. On the end of the day, we need to say, one is developing the policy guidelines for cycling, recycling it, and strengthening the waste management in the process of capitalism and the technology adoption. The third, we need to talk about how far the policy can advocate, particularly talk about resource abundance to resource less sharing and sharing responsibility and shared responsibilities. So I wish this conference will come out this major measurement in terms of measuring the circular optimal growth and business transformation in the form of circular economy. Though we get very less amount of time in terms of gathering like-minded people, but it's good that the institution, Banaras Chandiwala group of institution, put a seed to the concept of circular economy, which is nowhere new to the Indian society or Indian phenomena. So I congratulate the organizer and the head of the department, the director, and the institutions for coming with a novel idea. I hope this will grow in much larger level and gain the momentum and particularly benefit to the society at larger level. So thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you all for doing the honors. To conclude the inaugural session, may I now request Dr. Shamsher Singh, conference co-convener, to present the vote of thanks.
Very good afternoon to everyone. It's my honor and privilege to present the vote of thanks for the inaugural session. Let me say in the beginning that it's a very auspicious occasion to be present here today in such a atmosphere, charming atmosphere, and the nice weather which we have seen today. Especially if I talk about the last 2 days when it was raining so much, and today's was pleasant one. So it's a pleasant occasion, and it's my again I will say it's my honor to be here today proposing the vote of thanks. I'll start saying with our Vice Chairman Sir, Shri Vipul Gupta ji, who had been the inspiration and mentor for this conference, who has guided us on every step we have taken, how even ensuring the minute details of the all functions which we are going to have today, tomorrow as well. Then let me also put my words of thanks to Dr. Aparna Mishra, the director of Banarsi Das Chandiwala Institute, who has been instrumental, and I know and my team know how we had been doing for the last 15-20 days, dealing with the minute things, including what should go where, how it should look like, how it is to be done, and so on. Now coming to today's inaugural session, let me thanks Dr. Saurav Agarwal, Director General Economic Council of India. Sir has brought a new dimension to the sustainable development and circular economy. And let me say this with the beautiful words: without peace, no development. Without peace, no economics. So if we want to develop into the economics, we must take care of the peace. He has also talked about a number of things which can be included, which must be included when we talk about the peace and economics. if we look around our own country, there are different areas surrounding us. You can see the impact, what is happening in other countries and what is happening in our country, and what is the peace is allowing us to develop and which is not there in other countries. So thank you very much, sir, for bringing a new instrument and new thoughts in the economics. Thank you so much once again. Now, next I would like to thank Mr. Ajay Kumar Gupta ji. Sir, you had been very instrumental in focusing how the ICSR can help us in general and in the students and teaching faculty fraternity in particular. Sir has beautifully elaborated the various schemes which are there from the ICSR, and I'm sure most of you have heard him patiently and would like to take benefit of his wise words and the different schemes. Sir, thank you so much for giving us the sponsorship as well as guiding the prospective students, prospective managers and prospective developers of the country. Thank you so much, sir. Then we had Professor Gagandeep Sharma, who after being very busy today, he could find time for us. So my special thanks to him also for bringing a different set of part, or you may say the different perspective in saying so that Indian knowledge system. He talked about karma, he talked about various things, he talked about the four orders. When I say the four orders, he talked about materials, he talked about plants, he talked about animals, he talked about humans. And if you look at around, all four are important. So when we say sustainable innovation, when we say circular economy, all play an important role. Thank you so much, sir. And I have the honor to interact with you so many times, and you are inspiring, and lot of wisdom you have spoken today. I'll come to my own Professor Ravichandran, who had been instrumental in so many things which I personally also did at Jamia Ahmedabad University. And today he spoke about the two important things. What we are doing as a management students or managers, and what we are to do. So in order to sustain development and in order to fulfill the vision of our Prime Minister of Viksit Bharat by 2047, he spoke elaborately what we need to do. He also said that what this conference should bring out in terms of what can be the key takeaway of the conference. Thank you so much, sir. You had been very precise, very specific, and I must say that sir, a lot of wisdom is required in bringing out such precise things. Thank you so much, sir, and we are blessed to have you with us today. Now, talking about my own team and my own volunteers and the team behind me, all have put in a lot of efforts to bring out this moment today. So when I say this moment today, that means the beginning of the conference. And as we say, the trailer will tell how the things or the movie will come. So instead of saying movie will come, I'll say the inaugural will tell you what the future tracks will be. So be prepared for those also. And I'm sure you will all have a lot of takeaway from those sessions. So I'll would like to name my team, Dr. Nidhi, Swanika, Anit, for continuously working over a period of time and ensuring that we all are together in every decision making. And I must say that Dr. Aparna had been in every part of that. So my special thanks to Dr. Aparna and my own team. And what I may say about my team that normally people forget about mentioning the team which is behind this sense, I will not do that. I will especially name Dr. Chitra, Himani, Tanushri, Dr. Taru for ensuring that this session is successful. Without the technical team, the hybrid mode would not have been possible. So special thanks to them also. And there are a number of students who are helping us. My sincere thanks to all of them, and I wish them all the best in their future also. And thank you so much for the participants, for the audience, such a lovely audience. We know that some of you might be having some important assignments, and as the part of this requires a lot of time. I would also like to thank Professor Bhandari, Professor Ravi Sagar, Dr. C.S. Ram, who has spared time to be available in this session. Thank you very much, sir. With that, I would like to conclude. The God is so kind to everyone. Only thing we have to realize it. And once we realize it, you will find that there is enough opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and appreciation. Before breaking for the lunch, we would request to have a group photograph and request the photography team to do the same. I would like to request the students and the dignitaries and the directors of the institutes and colleges to come upon the dais and have a group photograph with us.
Conferences, seminar. Almost every week or so I go to various conferences, seminar. But I must say this is one of the best conferences I have ever been. And there are reasons for that. Say, sometimes we give conferences to various institutions, but they would be in contact with us only till the grant is given. Once the grant is given, they vanish. After that, they won't be contacting you. Since last 1 week, Dr. Aparna is in regular contact with me on hour-to-hour basis. I have never seen such kind of gesture from anybody. Right from guest, who should be the guest, who should be the keynote speaker, how we should proceed, what we are doing. Round the clock, she was in contact with me. So, I must thank you, madam, for taking so much pain. I have never seen a person of the level of director taking so much pain. So, I think I would tell to other people also to take guidance from her. So, thank you very much, madam. And on behalf of ICSSR, I thank you in person also and to the entire organizing team. Thank you very much.
So I understand this is a lunch break, but it is very important to take 2 minutes from you. As sir said, I was totally bothering sir for last 1 week to make this event a memorable event for everyone. And I hope I come up to the expectations of the audience as well as the dignitaries. The call was actually to give a food of thought to the audience as well as to the experts and the practitioners coming over here to make this world more livable and sustainable. So thank you so very much for backing us all the times and bothering to you for last 15 days. I think so this is coming out well. So I take this liberty and entitlement because I know the way you guided us. Being a learner, I take this liberty and say thank you and look forward to have many more events of this kind with your support. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aparna ma'am. Now can we have a group photograph?
Thank you.
First track of our conference, which will focus on business transformation. So we welcome all the audience and the participants. Now let us first welcome our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Vandana Ahuja, Director, Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Noida. Ma'am has joined us virtually today. She has over 25 years of work experience and is a professor of marketing. She is author of the book on digital marketing published by Oxford University Press and is the proud recipient of ILDC AMP Women Achievers Award for Excellence in Management Teaching. She has also published several edited books and several manuscripts in international and national journals and also serves on the editorial board of several international journals. She has organized and chaired several national and international conferences and has guided PhD students in the domain of management. Prior to working at Symbiosis, she has worked with Jaipuria Institute of Management as Dean Academics, MIT Business School as Professor, IILM Graduate School of Management as Dean Research and faculty at JP Business School. Her strengths include teaching, research, academic administration, and institution building. Along with her scholars, she has received several awards and accolades for her research contributions in the field of digital marketing, CRM, and branding. She has also been instrumental in signing several MOUs with international education institutions and has conducted several management development programs for organizations across the hospitality and retail sectors. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us today. May we request you to please present the keynote address.
Thank you so much for the very warm welcome. I hope I'm audible. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you're perfectly audible.
Right. Thank you so much for the very warm welcome. And I'm told that the theme for today is business transformation. So let me speak to you a little about business transformation before I hand over the discussion back to the MC. Let's see what business transformation is all about. It's a big word. It's being used hugely nowadays. It includes people, personnel, it includes processes, it includes technology, and a lot is being said about how transformation is allowing organizations nowadays to compete more effectively, become more efficient. What is usually the purpose of transformation? Organizations are going in for transformation to boost their overall performance. They're doing this to make sure that their revenue goes up. Everybody wants to lower their operating costs. Companies want better customer satisfaction. And above all, most organizations are looking for greater workforce productivity. Primarily, all companies want greater growth. Companies want to bring in new strategies. Companies want to bring in technology-enabled solutions. A lot is being talked about new trends, innovations, big words, technology, IT, artificial intelligence, metaverse. Lot of new words are being used, chat GPT. What's happening now in the external environment? Lots of new digital entrants are coming in. They are disrupting the industries. Many are capturing more value. Many are capturing significantly higher equity valuation somewhere. The entire ecosystem, is evolving, and somewhere companies need to get up and figure out that they need to look at ecosystem-based strategies. Companies need to commit more to looking after the environment. They need to be more socially responsible, and companies need to look at governance criteria. And above all, talent is becoming a very big priority for value creation. I belong to a generation which grew up in the non-internet world. And I still remember my first job. We used inter-office memos. The internet was not there, so the concept of email did not exist. Having said that, life has transformed. I have authored a book on digital marketing. How did we do that? We have learned on the job. We have learned to evolve with the times. The younger generation nowadays is far more digitally savvy than our generation. Having said that, life is about adapting with whatever challenges come up. Life is about adapting to new things, innovative ideas, the new cultural transformation that takes place. Why do we need transformation? Markets are being disrupted. There's a lot of competition going on. Sales are primarily, going down. Talk to anybody from the marketing fraternity, and they'll tell you that sales figures are at an all-time low. People are not spending that much. Technological advancements are key to everything. Customer needs are changing. The proverbial customer is evolving. Um, the regulatory environments are shifting. A lot of companies are, looking at mergers. Companies are looking at acquisitions. So in times like these, organizations need to go in for transformation. See, transformation will have to be digital transformation. Look at what artificial intelligence is bringing in. Look at what ChatGPT is bringing in. Look at what the metaverse is bringing in. Operational transformation, uh, how companies operate, the manufacturing processes, everything is changing. New products are coming in. With the advent of digitization, the entire operational ecosystem has gone thorough shift. Companies need to revisit their HR processes. Market focused transformation is a must. Markets are changing. Access to global markets is huge, but then what about the quality parameters? Again, cultural transformation is a must. There is a huge shift in how society is moving on. There is a shift in how the youngsters are evolving. There is a shift in consumption practices. Consumers understand the word responsible consumption nowadays. Again, the degree of mutual respect for each other, how individuals view companies, everything is changing. For that matter, earlier, 58 to 60 was the retirement age, and nowadays youngsters think of making their money by the age of 40, 45 and retiring. So there's a shift in how society wants to live their life. And again, companies need to revisit their business models. I'll share a few examples regarding all of these as we move forward. But then somewhere organizations need to focus, on uplifting their IT parameters, IT processes, the digitization, even digital marketing and maybe new ventures. See, over the last few years, so many new fields have evolved. The advent of the world of data, the advent of the field of analytics, everything is on the basis of data nowadays. Organizations have huge, huge volumes of data. If you say the word consumer, each organization would have about 60 to 80 columns of data for one single consumer, ranging from the name, the gender, the email IDs to the mobile numbers, to the addresses, to the spending patterns, to the number of items purchased in a particular visit, to the number of unique items, the date of last visit, total quantities, total value of the last week. I mean, there's so much data moving around that organizations need to find ways to actually navigate the data. Data needs to be actionable. Companies need to extract meaning from the data. So the world of database management, so the world of analytics has absolutely changed how companies need to take decisions. Strategic decision making is now becoming a function of effective database management and analytics. Whether you are in the HR field, you've got HR analytics, you are in the finance field, you've got finance analytics, marketing field, you've got marketing analytics, sales analytics. Organizations are tracking the performance of their sales teams, of their marketing processes, of their individual campaigns. Every organization needs to figure out what is it that works for them, what is it that does not work for them, and then they are trying to improve their processes on the basis of the results of these analytical strategies. See, let's look at some of the recent transformations. See, let me take an example from. Had I been there in the physical mode, I would have asked you a question: how many of you watch OTT platforms on a regular basis? So I'm sure quite a few of you, go home and watch Netflix and Amazon Prime and so on. Now, when Netflix initially launched, the entire business model was very, very different. And Netflix changed everything from a DVD rental by mail service to a complete streaming video service. See, my generation, so many of us had not even downloaded the Netflix app till probably the COVID period. The present generations have witnessed a huge disruption in their lives, and this has happened during COVID times. The older people were angry with the younger generation for using the mobile handsets for quite a long time, and then finally your classrooms entered into the mobile gadgets. So this is the disruption that all of us saw. Zoom and Microsoft Teams, all of these became household names, to the extent that people like quite a few people of the 40 or 50 plus generation had not downloaded apps of OTT platforms, and then they realized that this was a good pastime during the COVID period. And Netflix ran fast, and immediately a streaming video service found ways to leverage. This was one of the organizations which actually made profits in that times. So they leveraged the growth of the internet while they had already brought in this streaming service prior to COVID, but they saw money during that time. And physical media started declining. So this transformation somewhere allowed Netflix to reach a much larger customer base somewhere, and make millions in the process. Now, similarly, when I say Microsoft Teams, I still remember that when the COVID period came in, Microsoft had about 8 to 10 apps which could be comfortably navigated for the purpose of academics and teaching and so on. And suddenly we saw within 3 months, COVID period came in, and within a 3 month period, Microsoft came out with 40 new apps which could be used. So this is one very strong example of transformation where a company understood the importance of leveraging what was happening in the external environment, and they saw an opportunity and they ran to grab it. So one huge example again of transformation was Amazon's business model. Our generation, knew Amazon as an online bookstore, and from that it moved to an e-commerce platform. It started offering a wide range of products and services to the customers. If I ask this gathering, I'm sure there will not be even a single person who says that they've not downloaded an Amazon app or they've not made an online purchase, right? So this is something which would be alien to people in times to come. Everybody shops online. Till a decade back, there has been a huge debate on whether organizations should offer products online and whether customers should buy online. We've all seen the Amazon glory, especially in a country like India with the demographic dividend. How Amazon grew in a country where people were wary about making an online transaction. The COD model for that matter, or for that matter, again, to leverage the demographic dividend, they offered discounts. Everybody got everything on a 60% discount or a 50% discount. People ran to adopt Amazon, and they continued the discount process hugely for 2 3 years. And by that time, the customer was habitual to using a new platform. And this somewhere worked beautifully for the company. So this way they became a major player in the retail industry and could again generate new sources of revenue for themselves. Then let's talk about Apple. Now Apple transformed its business model from a simple computer manufacturer to a very strong consumer electronics company. They started offering products like like the iPhone and the iPad. I'm talking about a couple of decades back. And the transformation again helped company to reach out to a larger customer base. I still remember that somewhere in 2000, between 2005 and 2010, when Apple decided to launch the iPhone, Apple decided not to make use of traditional media. They made use of what they used to call that time consumer generated media, or buzz for that matter. That was people talking to other people in the online space. There were so many blogs, there were so many online communities. I still remember Apple had created 40 different online communities for 40 different products that Apple had. And every community was managed by community managers. But then who were the members of the communities? It was, youngsters, it was people, consumers of Apple who had purchased the products. And look at how beautifully Apple leveraged peer-to-peer interactions. See, one customer was talking to another customer, and Apple was the beneficiary in the entire scenario, right? If you purchased an iPhone and you could not understand a particular feature, you had to put a question in that online community, and somebody would respond. And Apple was also able to motivate its consumers. Every time a person responded, a consumer responded in the community, he was able to make some points, and eventually those points could be redeemed against an Apple purchase. So this way, life changed. Then let's talk about Uber for that matter. Now, typically from Uber transformed its business model completely. Uber was just a ride-hailing service to a, it transformed itself to a complete transportation platform. And this transportation platform started offering a range of services worldwide. This included ride-hailing. This included, I remember, food delivery. Maybe even in certain countries, electronic bike rentals and so on. So this way, the company was able to make a lot more money. And lately, Airbnbs. So, the company again changed from a peer-to-peer room rental service to a travel platform offering a range of services. So you could actually look at home rentals, you could look at experiences, you could look at travel activities. I mean, a decade back, if somebody told me that I could probably go to Bali and rent an Airbnb with a swimming pool and enjoy my life there for 15 days at a very small price, I probably would not have believed them. But this is how life is shaping up now. Again, Spotify for that matter, that is again a very different business model. It's a from a service which is allowing consumers to download music. It could become a complete streaming platform which was offering customers access to millions of songs and podcasts. So these are a couple of examples. I would like to congratulate the organizers for having come up with a beautiful theme today, because this is definitely a state of the art contemporary theme. And the best challenge when organizing a conference, a challenge that people usually face is about getting hold of the right theme. And I would like to congratulate the organizing committee for getting the theme right here. So with this, I will wind up whatever I have to say to the audience. And thank you so much for inviting me, and take care. I wish you all the best for the conference, and happy paper presenting. Thanks, Satnam.
Thank you, ma'am, for your very relevant insights. Let us now welcome our session chair, Dr. Sheetal Chadda, Associate Professor, JIMS, Rohini, New Delhi. Our session co-chair for the track 1 is Dr. Devinder Sharma, and I would request both of them to please come on the dais and take their seats. Is an experienced academician with a demonstrated history of working in the management education. a distinguished professor with an extensive foundation in business and marketing research, strategic planning, and leadership management. She is an MBA gold medalist with dual specializations in marketing and HR and holds a PhD in organizational behavior from FMS Delhi. She is also she has also an undergraduate degree in psychology from the University of Delhi, a master's degree in public administration and specialized training in innovation management and design thinking from IIT Bombay. Ma'am has accepted Ma'am was accepted into the Leadership Pathway program at the University of Exeter in the UK and has served as a consultant to the Government of India in developing the results framework document. As the co-founder of Career Clink, she offers career counseling through psychometric analysis. Her professional experience includes delivering management development programs for prestigious organizations such as Ministry of External Affairs, GAIL, PNV, PSB, and EIL. Additionally, as the coordinator of the Entrepreneurship Development Cell, she has led innovative initiatives to establish a sustainable entrepreneurial ecosystem. May I request Dr. Devinder Sharma, Associate Professor BCIPS, to felicitate Sheetal ma'am. Over to you, Saran ma'am, for the track 1 presentations.
International Conference of BCIPS. So I just tell to all the paper presenter, there are 5 minutes to everyone. So I hope you can just focus on your title, your objective, your research methodology, and your suggestions. Okay. Now I invite for track 1, Dr. Neha Agarwal for compressed biogas, a green, sustainable, and innovative energy approach promising reduction of import natural gas.
Very good afternoon to everyone present here. I am Dr. Neha Agarwal, Assistant Professor in Vidya Knowledge Park.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Ankul. I am serving Yale India Limited as DGM CJ.
The topic of our paper presentation is compressed biogas, which is green, sustainable, and innovative energy approach which help in reduction of imported natural gas. Now, in this topic, we will cover the 4 major parts, that is, what the natural gas is about, the compressed biogas, and the government initiative to CBG CGD synchronization scheme, as well as the future of CBG, that is, its future and the challenges which it will faces in India. As we all know, India is one of the most populous state in the world, country in the world, and it requires energy as to cater the need of the people. However, India consumes only 1% of the total energy worldwide, and the percentage of India's energy basket is 6.7%. However, the government want to raise its share from 6 to 7% to 15%, and it is committed to achieve zero net emission, carbon emission by 2070 by reducing it for the fossil fuel. Now, as you can see this figure, which has been taken from planning, petroleum planning and analysis cells, here you can see that the gas consumption of CNG is increasing steadily, and we are consuming more, as the natural gas consumption was around in 2023 60,000 mmSCM. Here, what I can say that over the period of years, the government in Anti-Ministry of Natural Gas and Petroleum Gas Ministry has taken several steps to reform oil and gas sector. In 2022, the Kirit Parikh committee has been set up by the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas in order to frame the policies for fair pricing to the end consumer and the marketing of the natural gas in a very steady way. Now, what is natural gas is about? It comprises of LNG, which is liquefied natural gas. When the natural gas is liquefied below 160.5 degrees Celsius, it comprises of, it makes the LNG. The LNG import, though India is highly dependent on the import of natural gas, we have 6 domestic terminals in India which can cater the need of the people, which can cater the need of the country very well. They are in Dahej, Hajira, Dabur, Ennore, Kochi, and Dhamra. CGD is the newest sector in India, and it serves the following area. It supplies natural gas to domestic areas, domestic household. It supplies natural gas to industrial areas, and it also supplies natural gas to CNG. Now we come to compressed biogas.
Compressed biogas is a gas which is generated on decomposition of vegetal matter or organic matter. And any vegetal matter when decomposes produces biogas. When it is compressed to serve the purpose of city gas distribution system or network, it is called compressed biogas. This compressed biogas is very much similar to methane or natural gas which is being supplied to city gas distribution system, because in order to supply the gas to city gas distribution, methane content should be more than 90%, and similarly this particular CBG, which can be easily available in all the cities, has the very same constituent, including the calorific value which is around 9,800 kilocalorie, which is very much similar to the natural gas.
Okay, Mr. Anku, you can come to the conclusion part.
The production of CBG is available in the entire country with the use of vegetal matter, which is freely available in the market, which is freely collectible. All it requires is to ensure the quality of CBG, because CO2 is actually available in the CBG. If it is segregated, it can be easily used for the purpose of city gas distribution system. And push for government is required for that. Recently, government has introduced CGD CBG synchronization scheme, which pushes the companies to invest in that. And as of now, some 735 billion rupees of investment is lined up in the next 5 years, which is going to serve some 265 CNG plants across the country, and will serve the purpose of Swachh Bharat Mission as well as segregation of organic waste in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Neha ma'am and Ankur sir. So, what was the research methodology in the paper?
Ma'am, actually, we have collected all the data. It is the secondary data which has been collected from Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas Planning, Petroleum Planning and
Not
Analysis.
even the descriptives are provided in the paper, no? Is it there in the full paper?
Yeah, ma'am, it is. Everything is available in the full paper.
Right. Thank you so much.
My
Any
pleasure.
questions, sir?
Okay, now Ms. Megha Thakur, next presenter, bridging sustainability and profitability, assessing the influence of ESG factors on the financial performance of the Indian corporate landscape.
So, I'm here to give a brief introduction about my research topic. So, my research topic is about bridging sustainability and profitability, assessing the influence of ESG factors on the financial performance of Indian firms. So, I would like to tell you about the ESG. ESG stands for the environmental, social, and governance factors. So my topic is about if a company take cares about the ESG, does it impact on the overall financial performance of a company? Does a company beneficial from the ESG if they spend money on for the betterment of the environment, for the betterment of the society, and for the betterment of their employees? So, talking about the ESG has gained a significant global recognitions in the latest years. Many investors are looking for companies which are highly invested in ESG activities. So there are some ESG parameters. I would like to tell you about the ESG parameters. So environmental stands for if a company is doing good for the climate change, greenhouse gas emissions, resources depletion, including water, waste and pollution and deforestation. If a company is spending their money for the protection of all these things. Next, I would like to introduce you about the social factors. Social is like if a company is working towards the good working conditions, are they taking...
I would request you to come to the research methodology part, please.
Okay. These are my research questions. What is the current state of ESG in Indian firms, and how do ESG consideration impact the financial performance of Indian firms? And what are its implications, findings for the investors, policymakers, and government stakeholders? Talking about the methodology, I have taken some research papers, and the data has been collected from Bloomberg Terminal. ESG score is being issued by each and every company in their sustainability report. We can check the ESG. So I have taken the ESG of last 5 years of each and every company, and I have compared it with the financial performance of each and every company. For the financial performance, I have taken the ROA and the Tobin's Q for analyzing the company's strength, and I have found that companies have been beneficial for by implementing their ESG. They are being benefited in the long run, and ESG should be done by each and every company to get a better for it is better for the environment also, it is better for the profitability of the company also, and investors are highly looking for companies those who invest in ESG activities. Here are some previous research about the previous authors, and this is the environmental, social and governance factors. There is an organization in our India, CRISIL. CRISIL usually gives, CRISIL is one of the best organizations which gives the ESG rating to each and every company. So the CRISIL score is being between 0 to 100, and you can see like if a company gets a score between 0 to 30, it's weak, its ESG is weak. If the company gets a score around 31 to 45, it's below average, and so on. And if a company gets a score of 171 to 100, its ESG is good, it's a good leadership company. And here are the implications for implementing ESG for the investors. ESG is used as a measure for long-term returns. It is good for the risk management.
Come to the conclusions, please.
So in conclusion, this paper highlights the growing importance of ESG factors in shaping the financial performance of Indian firms, while challenges remain in terms of ESG reporting and integration, how we come to the number of ESG. So there are some challenges in it, and by considering environmental, social and governance considerations alongside the financial metrics, Indian firms can enhance their competitiveness, they can mitigate the risk and create a long-term value for the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Megha. You said that ESG has an implication on the financial aspects of firms.
Yes, ma'am.
But there are figures provided in your data here.
It has been in the full paper.
Is it work in progress?
No, ma'am. It has been done. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Megha, thank you.
My name is Dikshit Yadav. I'm PhD research scholar in Department of Commerce, University of Delhi. And the research that I'm going to present here is so topic of my research is what drives foreign equity investment to BRICS country. And basically when you see, so in finance there's a very popular term called don't put all your eggs in one basket. And this term focuses on diversification. So diversification within your country is something restricted because the sectors within the economy somehow correlated. So one way to deal here the diversification is to go for international diversification. And whenever we talk about international diversification, that means we are talking about the capital movement, capital investment made by one country into another country. And this is what my topic about. So when we talk about capital flows, we have two types of capital flows. We have foreign direct investment, we have foreign portfolio investment. My research focuses on foreign portfolio investment. And in that foreign portfolio investment, my research focuses particularly on equity investment. So equity investment made by like countries into BRICS country. This is the research that I'm going to present. Next slide. Okay, so this is the data that I have presented here. This data basically relates to portfolio investment liabilities. So if you see here in the first figure, it shows like the countries, developed countries especially. So we are talking about BRICS country, but if you see the data, developed countries are the ones which are receiving the highest amount of capital flows in their country. So United States tops the chart. After that we have Cayman Island, we have UK, Luxembourg. That means in top 10 we have all these developed countries which are basically receiving the highest portfolio investment into their countries. And if we see the investment made by countries into different countries, again United States tops the chart. So US made a lot of the investment into developing countries and also into other developed countries. So developed countries, something which is occupying the space. But since our research talks about the BRICS countries, so let's move to the next. So why we have selected BRICS? Because BRICS includes all those emerging economies, all these economies which are there in BRICS. So they are fastest developing economies nowadays. And now, if you see, for the future scope, the dynamics of BRICS has changed. There are more countries which are included in BRICS intergovernmental organization, but our research has been restricted to only 5 major original countries. So this is basically the literature review. This is my research objective. Here it focuses on the factors which impact the equity investment. I've selected numerous factors which might influence the foreign equity investment into BRICS countries. And these are my research hypotheses. So I've included growth output of BRICS countries. I've included interest rate of BRICS countries, stock market return, government effectiveness, inflation in BRICS country. So growth output of US economy, because most of the investment is coming from US. So one new additional thing that I've included here in my research is that I've included geopolitical tension. So no previous research has included geopolitical tensions into their research. So this I have included into my study. Also the credit financial risk of the country, COVID-19 pandemic risk, and also the liquidity of the markets. So data has been taken from Bloomberg, and many of the variables have been taken from IMF website. And the data, the new variable that I have used here, which is of geopolitical risk, has been taken from Economic Policy Uncertainty website. It's a new series which has been developed by 2 people from Federal Reserve Bank. So this is my method. This is my methodology. Here is my methodology starting. So my data is basically a panel data analysis. For that purpose, for panel data analysis, we have fixed effect model, we have random effect model. In my research, we run that both the models in my research, and we found that fixed effect model suits my research. And on the basis of that, entire analysis has been done. So this is basically the primary result, fixed effect result, random effect results. This is the Hausman test conducted, and the Hausman test basically indicates that yes, the fixed effect model suits my research. All the other assumptions of panel data analysis have been met, and after that this analysis has been conducted. So if we see here, so first variable is index of industrial production, and it is coming out to be insignificant. That means progress happening in a recipient country is not something which is attracting the equity investment in the country. So equity investors might be interested in some other factors. Next thing is interest rate. So as we know, the assumption in the world's economy that capital move to those countries where interest rate is high. And this has been proved by our study. Yes, interest rate is something which is impacting the equity flows into the country. And it is coming out to be significant also. P-value is less than 5%. Next is stock market return, the most important variable in our study, that if the return in stock market increases, that yes, equity investors basically increase their investment into these BRICS economies. Next we have government effectiveness. This is another important variable. It shows that if the government policies are effective and also the implementation is effective, then it will attract equity investor into those countries. Next we have CPI. So inflation is not directly used here, but it represents the exchange rate fluctuation. So we know whenever inflation decrease, then it's going to impact the exchange rate. And yes, it is telling the most significant variable. That means the equity investors, the foreign investors who are investing into these BRICS economies.
Okay, Vishal, just come on the conclusion part.
Okay, so conclusion is basically that yes, with these regular economic variables, we have other variables also which impact the equity investment. And whenever government is making any policy related to equity investment, yes, they have to keep in mind all the factors because it's going to impact the country. And it's going to impact the country's GDP and the other economic progress.
So thank you. Now we have a lot of audience here. Students are participating. I would recommend that we can take the questions from them as well. If any of you have any questions, students?
Yes, anyone?
Yeah.
Hi, it's a nice paper and presented well as well. My question, small question, what is the model fit of your regression model that you've shown?
Okay, ma'am, model fit as in the methodology that I have used?
No, the figure.
Okay.
Percentage of model fit.
Okay, ma'am, it was within that percentage, so it was crossing that percentage limit because in panel data analysis, the F value has to be the more than probability value to fit the model.
Yeah.
And it was coming out to be more than the probability. So it was within the.
Thank you so much.
So I have one question. You have talked about BRICS. Is Russia still attracting equity?
Ma'am, Russia.
When was the data collected for this paper?
Ma'am, my data has been from 2006 to 2021. So crisis in Russian and Ukraine economy started in 2022. So I have not included that data. So it's been before 2022. But if I see the data, yes, there has been some investment made into Russian economy. It's not like that Russian economy is completely isolated by the other.
My recommendations, because we need to do futuristic research.
Okay.
And when we look at the present circumstances, this is not going to hold.
Okay.
So you consider thinking about it as well.
Okay, ma'am. Actually, I have submitted my thesis, so this thing has been completed. But for future research, I can incorporate that. Yes.
Only just a recommendation. Thank you
so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm sorry for being so fast. It's been 5 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Rishit Yadav. Now we have a next presenter, Ms. Renu Chikara.
Opportunity to present my paper in this 12th National Conference by BCIPS. The title of my paper is Mapping the Landscape of Inclusive Leadership with Assistive Technology for Persons with Disabilities. Co-keyword analysis, theme generation, and future directions. The title of my paper is Mapping the Landscape of Inclusive Leadership and Assistive Technology for Persons with Disability, Co-Keyword Analysis, Theme Generation, and Future Directions. In the abstract, I have explained that the focus of the paper will be on the exploration of inclusive leadership and assistive technology for persons with disabilities. Methodology will be co-keyword analysis of literature from 1998 to 2023, and findings will be of the 4 thematic clusters representing inclusive leadership practices, role of assistive technology in inclusion and accessibility, relationship between leadership and organizational performance, impact of empowering leadership on creativity, and the research gaps are also being highlighted. In the introduction, I have highlighted the importance of inclusive leadership and assistive technology for persons with disability. Inclusive leadership is an approach that values diversity and recognizing the unique contributions that individuals with disabilities can bring to the organization and communities. It involves creating an inclusive environment where all individuals are valued and respected, and their strengths and abilities are recognized and utilized. Whereas assistive technology, on the other hand, refers to the devices, equipments, and softwares that can help PWDs overcome barriers and enhance their participation in various activities, including education, employment, and social interaction.
Renu, come to your, that's your
Yes, sir.
RN part.
Yes.
Right?
In the research methodology, please. Co-keyword analysis to identify trends and themes. Yes, ma'am. Next. Themes has been done. Database of Web of Science has been used, and the keyword used to extract the data are inclusive leadership, assistive technology, and persons with disability. Total papers analyzed are 222, and using WASWare software, I have analyzed these papers and generated the themes. Ma'am, please next slide. The research questions are what are the current trends in the field of inclusive leadership and assistive technology, and the future research directions. Next one. The trend in the existing literature shows the steadfast rise in the literature and the study being done in respect to the inclusive leadership and assistive technology with persons with disability. Next one. The frequency of research areas of inclusive leadership shows that there is the major research is done in the business and economic sectors and the healthcare sector and psychology sector. Next one. Co-occurrence keyword analysis. In 222 papers, the most keywords which are highlighted are inclusive leadership, assistive technologies, which are appeared 61 and 36 times in all the selected papers. The keywords are grouped into 4 clusters. Cluster 1 has 19 items related to inclusive leadership and the components like work engagement organizations. Cluster 2 has 18 items related to accessibility and assistive technology. Cluster 3 has authentic leadership, behavior, employee voices, which differs it from the inclusive leadership. And Cluster 4 has creativity, empowering leadership, and healthcare. And please, this is the co-occurrence network visualized through the WAS viewer. The biggest node is of the inclusive leadership and then the assistive technologies. The visualization hence shows that there is a lack of dearth of paper in the variables inclusive leadership and assistive technology for persons with disability. Yes. These are the top 10 keywords which are find out from the co-occurring keyword analysis using WASViers. The most is inclusive leadership, assistive technology, psychological safety, then performance, mediating roles, etc. Then the 4 thematic findings have been done on the basis of the cluster analysis. First theme is inclusive leadership and organizational performance, and it has been supported by the studies of Han and Associates in 2019, and Shield and Associates in 2020, and Javedian in 2016. The second theme is assistive technology for disabilities and accessibility. This theme has been supported by the researchers by Kumar and Associates in 2019, and Sebanovic and Associates studies in 2017. Leadership and organizational performance is the third theme, which has been supported by several research, and it has been find out that the leadership behaviors are positively associated with the employee and well-being. Fourth, the empowering leadership and creativity has been also highlighted positively.
Okay, Remy, could you please come to your conclusion part?
Yes, sir. The future research directions are also the part of the findings. The lack of the areas such as intersectionality, cultural context, rural context, mental health context, policy and advocacy can be explored in the future researches. We have found out the 4 cluster themes by the literature review, and our findings indicate that while there has been a dearth of significant research for the areas of inclusive leadership and assistive technology, more researches can be done in the area. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Remy. Remy, I have just one question that you talk about the inclusive leadership.
Yes, sir.
You see any practical impact on the organization?
Yes, sir. The inclusive leadership has a positive impact on organizational engagement and employee participation, job satisfaction, as well as when the persons with disability feel included, overall the environment become positive, sir. The working environment also.
So, how do you define inclusive leadership?
Ma'am, inclusive leadership is a leadership where a leader exhibits basically three main components like openness, accessibility, and availability towards their employees, wherein they can feel valued, respected, and included.
Who has given this term? Because I've heard of multiple types of leadership.
Yes, ma'am.
How is it different from servant leadership?
Ma'am, the term has been coined by the Edmondson in 1999, and it is not different from any type of leadership. It is a part of a leadership which mainly focuses on the employees' three characteristics like openness, accessibility, and availability towards employee. The leader which possesses these three qualities is known as the inclusive leader.
I'll take another question. My apologies for the organizers, but since leadership has been my area also.
Yes, ma'am.
So what you said that there is dearth of leadership research
with respect to assistive technology, ma'am.
Oh, because this is quite researched area.
Yeah.
This is the most researched area, I believe.
Agreed, ma'am. But with respect to the assistive technology and persons with disability.
Fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, Remy, thank you. Okay, we have a next presenter, Miss Monica Bhatia and Miss Bake Kashmi.
I am Monica Bhatia, Assistant Professor, IT Department from High Rank Business School, along with my team member, Mr. Bake Krishna from IT Department. Well, the topic of my presentation is controlling network devices from a mobile phone using the AWARE framework. Next. So when we talk about the introduction, like as we all know that we are working on the network devices, we are working on the network system. So how we can use the mobile phones to control the network devices. This is a wireless framework and we have worked on the AWARE framework. AWARE is basically Advanced Wireless Access and Resource Efficiency. It works the client and the server system. The client is basically the mobile and the server is the network devices through which we can control the systems. The AWARE framework, the previous one. The AWARE framework provides a structured approach for wireless communication and resource management, which is used to facilitate secure mobile control network devices. So, let me come to a very short and live example. For example, if someone forgot to switch on any of the devices at the home and through the wireless, through the mobile application, it works like a remote control and we can switch off the devices. So how we can work on that? Now the next one. So the next one. Now the question is the mobile is the only device which is available right now, or there are any previous implications were there? So there are the network devices, but for that we need the Windows operation system. But with the mobile, it is a wireless connection. We can mainly work on the client and the server application. We have used the technology like Java and Android system. The Android is basically installed in our mobile phone, and the Java application, which is basically the server application, the server system through which any kind of network devices like music applications, any of the devices at the remote area we can control with the help of mobile devices. Next. So how we have worked? This is the research area. This is the architecture on which this application has been based. This is a 3-tier architecture. Next. Again, next. Basically, the system modules are the client application and the server application. The client application is the mobile, the thing which is controlling our network devices. For this, the IP address work. The mobile device acting as a client should be Wi-Fi enabled and Java compatible. The client module runs on the device where it runs to remote control the PC by accepting an IP address and then connects to the server application. On the server application, when we talk about...
Okay, Monica, come to your conclusion part, please.
Okay. Next. So, When we talk about the conclusion, why we are using this application, why we are using this service, it is basically used for the encryption and decryption of data. Right now, as we know that there are many security challenges these days we are facing. So for this, we really requirement in IT field, that is the encryption and decryption of your data, which provides the security of your data. We can make the control so that nobody can use that system. Next. The future scope next, there are some pointers which I wanted to discuss. So, next. So, these are the future enhancement that the security issues can be resolved. The faster streaming of the live videos, and we can provide the, we can download the files, we can encrypt and decrypt the files. The application can also be provide many functionalities, and the safety which is very challenging task these days, it helps through the client and the server model through the Java implications. Next. These are some of the references. So, thank you so much. The hardware and the software requirements is basically, we should have a good RAM, that is a 2 GB RAM, Android systems on our systems, and the Java applications. Any questions?
Okay. Anybody have any questions from the audience side?
Yes, sir.
Physical systems are kept. Is it possible?
Yes, sir, it is possible.
Then
Sorry, sir?
every town Harry will start monitoring the 10,000 hectare where drip irrigation is kept, and he will spoil the show of control.
Basically, if...
Is it mobile is verb or a device? What you are talking about?
So when we talk about the client and the server, my mobile is connected with the device which I am using the server application.
Exactly. See, I am going to connect my mobile with a 2,000 hectare area
Yeah.
where the crops are irrigated and the IoT systems are kept. So I can monitor means the other fellow also can monitor.
But sir, it depends now which IP address you are using, any kind of password or security.
You have to give it for the entire area, you know.
Yes, sir, but network devices are basically work on these systems. We have the IDs and passwords, particularly when we know that we are connecting on a small scale.
Yeah.
When I know that this is a particular small area and these are the network devices which other can also monitor. So I have that thing in my mind that anybody can see, so I can work exactly like that. No? So beforehand, before I am going to provide any access to someone, I know that this data can be hacked or somebody can see. So I will make the preparations accordingly that this could be possible.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Monica, thank you very much. Now, doctors CJ, Jagdisha.
It doesn't matter 1 minute I take for that. These IIT people are going away and brains are going away. You know that weeping is not required here. Required is I am seeing the intelligence of the existing people. We have to make use of them. That is more important than weeping for the people who go away from us. First question. Second thing is we have what is called as ISRO's one unit, university separately. We graduate around 400 people, say, or 200 people yearly. You know what is the retention rate in the past 8 years or 10 years? 25% are only with us. Other country people are buying them. People will pay 80 lakh rupees or 1 crore rupee as this thing and they go away. So it is a question of different things. So what I wish to do is next slide please. We have to concentrate on the business transformation to the digital way as early as possible from the village level. So some keynote speaker also was speaking on that. Next slide please. This one. So farmer producer organization was formed around 10 years back or 8 years back by both state and central governments, and out of 3 lakh gram panchayats, around 8,000 have increased. Okay, Modi ji increased the grants to the FPOs by 1 lakh and asked the state governments to give another lakh. just to sustain the FPOs, for the 10 years progress is only that much. Why? Because it is a money lender's problem. It is not that they don't understand what is business, interest and all that. So we have to do the digitalization with forum as a firm, and we have to unlock the value of the firm. Okay, next. So what I mean by digitization is the records, village records. They are to be captured through robotic process automation, which some BCom students started in Rajasthan. I think that is continuing, and there are n number of RPA. The more money you have, the more better device you will get. So how to choose them is a research problem by itself. Okay, and then there, digitization of the records is one thing. Digitization of the process of the record. Here the process is either the member management or human resource management or impact and business intelligence like sustainable development goals, and then financial management. There are different processes in the business. You will capture them and put them in the different streams in the computer. Then, next slide please. How do you transfer it digitally? See, some difference in meaning will come now. First thing is data record digitization, then digitalization of the process. Digital transfer is for the operational aspects. For example, in irrigation command, I was telling you, irrigation process consists of water delivery concern, water regulation concern, water control concern, water allocation concern. So these 4 processes are to be combined in a different way, in a different geographic region, and then we have to do the digital transfer. So all those 3 processes are discussed by IAS officers after retirement. In one of the seminars I conducted this, that's why in the corner I have written FPO, Farmer Producer Organization, because their names are there.
Sir, could you please come to your conclusion part?
Yeah. Samunati is an NGO. We have to work from the basics. Okay, hurry up. Next. They have the pain points. This is what we have to have for the decadal pyramid for becoming digital India. This is from Europe. Okay, borrowed from Europe economy model. Next. Planning for a digital transformation journey using business priorities. Next. These digital skills are more important. We call them as digital labor skills compared to the engineers. Engineers, they have no sense of what is a skill. For them, ITI fellow who works for 2 years, spending around 300 hours or 400 hours in the classroom, who do not know ABCD of that. Knowledge is also a skill. So that's why internationally these skills are being recognized to be taught in the schools. In the business school also we need them to be taught. Okay, next. Another way of looking, for each one of them the material is available. I am not propagating on any business proposition here. They are the most generic things what they have kept for global governance. That is what I am putting here. Global governance has become important.
Sir, we have a time shortage, so I request you to please come to your conclusion part.
Okay, next. This is education. Next. Energy flow diagrams we have not drawn for any of the cities. Service innovation. What we are lacking is in the service innovation in the supply chain and the technology roadmaps which are required. So I have taken the 2 examples of small satellite constellations, because all the innovators and startups have come up in doing the smart satellite investigations. Then for them to help, we have to do service innovation, and we have to map that with the technology roadmap, and then help them in becoming better entrepreneurs or better startups. Okay, next, last one, conclusions. The educational program should enable digital transfer of businesses by inducting and introducing digital skills required. The knowledge intensive business services should start from business process model nomination, and in the process I have seen the BPMN model, several models I have taken, inside it was there. Just goods delivery itself is a business process model. I have not seen our people doing it for any of the small activities in India. They are only concentrating on higher industries and doing it. Okay. Then the circular economy should get included in all spheres of businesses. Because if you take the circular economy of water, hydrological cycle, they have studied China and USA and found that if you start using more than 50% of the runoff water, it is going to dubio sooner or later. It will not be sustainable. So in that thing, circular optimization should come along with the SDGs. Okay. Then democratizing the global governance paves way for innovation. Instead of the governments dominating it or the private business houses dominating it, we have to go for a third party system where the non-to-profit organizations join together and form a parallel governance strategy under the global governance promoted by UN and other international economic forum also. Okay, thank you. Sorry for overtaking 1 minute time.
Okay, no problem, sir. Thank you very much. Any questions from the audience?
Thank you so much, sir. It was very, very informative. Thank you. You have any? Yeah, you.
Excuse me, sir.
Sir, there is one question from the audience.
Sir, here. Sir, in your opinion, do you think that the Digital India project our Honorable Prime Minister have initiated is efficient for the development of our country?
It is very efficient only when business processes start getting included into that. I will give you an example. Is water a business? Nobody knows, except for water treatment in the recycling, because so many water cycling treatment people have come, both chemical engineers and marine experts have joined. They want to sell these things. There is no need for water treatment and drinking back that water for us. We have enough of water. We don't know water management at all. So how to define the business there? For example, this Grunfos in Mumbai, they advertised for sanitary engineer post, treatment post. We go through the objectives of the job description of that. Not even one engineer or a scientist in India can apply for that. That means they are giving you handles to.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now we have next presenter Neha Gupta.
And my research topic is the impact of artificial intelligence in elementary education. As we all know that technology has become an important part of our lives these days. With one click, we can achieve whatever we want. As we step into the 21st century, AI has become a revolutionary force in changing the education system across the globe. In 21st International Conference on Artificial Intelligence in Education discussed how AI is helping schools and students across the world to operate efficiently. Both national education policy and the national curriculum framework highlight the importance of critical thinking, problem solving, creativity and collaboration. I actually work on the use of artificial intelligence in the elementary education by using the 6 parameters like personalized learning, intelligent tutoring system, adaptive assessments, virtual classrooms, AI-powered content creation, and predictive analytics. The research methodology which I used is the quantitative research. Research instrument is the structured questionnaire which follows the 5-point Likert scale, and the sampling technique is the snowball sampling technique. The sample unit which I collected is from the elementary school teachers and the size is of around 278. I did the data analysis using the technique of EFA, that is exploratory factor analysis, and CFA, that is confirmatory factor analysis. Data analysis software used are Excel, ONYX, and SPSS. The research hypotheses are showing that the artificial intelligence has a significant impact on personalized learning, predictive analytics, intelligent tutoring system. The conceptual model which is based on the hypothesis testings is this. Next. The result analysis is this. On this I have previous one. In this I have calculated the Cronbach alpha, which was used for measuring the internal consistency and reliability between the items of the variables, and all the values are above 0.7, which shows that they are quite efficient to do the further analysis.
Ma'am, kindly come to the conclusion.
Ma'am, conclusion. Yeah, this study was undertaken to show the impact of artificial intelligence on personalized learning, predictive analytics, and intelligent tutoring system in the elementary education. The study observed that it has a significant on the above mentioned components, and it is also recommended that the educators should develop the curriculum framework in order to develop the activities for the early childhood education. And also AI has a potential to transform our educational landscape by enhancing the learning outcomes, personalizing education, and also supporting the teachers as well. Next slide. The closing statement is that actually there is a limited research and evidence which is quite insufficient for the teacher training, and ethical and privacy concerns are there, which are significant hurdles in implementing the artificial intelligence in the elementary education. So to make it more creative and powerful tool and more effective one, we have to do the personalized education experiences for elementary students, and also the adaptability and the customization of AI tools, student engagement, integration with the existing systems, cost and sustainability should also kept in mind. For the future research, as I did the study basically belongs to the elementary school education only, and I can also replicate the same study for the middle school as well as for the higher education system. And in this study, I removed the variable of virtual classroom because of the variables, the elements, the analysis of the element is quite not significant. So I can take it further with different elements as well as the different variables by adding more variables in it, like adaptive assessments, AI-powered content creation, and many more. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions from the audience?
As you said, the sample size was 278, right?
Sorry?
Sample size was 278, right?
Yes.
Can you describe the target population here?
The target audience I collected is the elementary school teachers, because I collected the data of the school teachers with the help of the snowball sampling technique. And in this, only the target is of school teachers, not other like random anyone.
Okay, just one question comes to mind is that these class teachers, did they say that the schools that where they are teaching, those schools are in line with the classroom which is defined in the Information Technology Ministry, the classroom which should go by fulfilling the definition of an IT-enabled classroom for AI to do this?
I got a mixed response of it, because many of the schools, they are quite, as in the COVID, all the schools are working online. But still, actually we are lacking where not all the teachers are quite aware about the artificial intelligence or the use of online techniques and other IT tools. And this is the thing which we need, that we need to train our teachers, as which help them to develop the curriculum, as well as which also help them to change their, you can say, imparting their education to the students. So it was the mixed response. Some of them were quite educated towards that, but those particular elements or those particular tools, some are not, or some are like they know but they do not use those tools or those technologies in their teaching.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Do you also want?
So, Neha, I just want to know that how would you suggest that what kind of an AI framework should be implemented in the higher education also? Because as we've seen that in the past data, in the school level, we are applying that all the high technologies, AI and smart boards, but we are lacking in the higher education. So what is your suggestion?
Ma'am, if you go as per my suggestion, I'm a mother of two daughters. This topic actually comes in my mind when my elder daughter is just 3 years old. And I used to teach as a part-time teacher with one of the very renowned schools of Noida. And one day I gave the students to write write a paragraph on myself. Can you imagine that students of 7th, 8th, 9th, they don't even write. They can't write. And that day I realized my daughter is growing up. So she will also face the same situation. She won't write. So actually I don't want that the students or students of any level will purely depend upon the IT or AI or all these chat GPTs, because they stop using their own minds. My mother had a surgery of a knee replacement, and they had robotic surgery. What the doctors now used to do, they just fill the data on the robot, and the robot used to do all the surgeries. But earlier the doctors have to do the rigorous surgery of hours. They had a quite experience of doing that difficult surgeries. So they have that experiences.
Okay. So Neha, what are the factors or variables you have taken?
The variables were personalized learning and virtual classroom and intelligent tutoring system and predictive analytics.
So trust and risk factors you have not taken in your studies?
No, not right now. That's what the future scope is there.
Yeah. So it's my suggestions to include these two variables. They
Sure,
play a
sure,
very
definitely.
important role, because when there is a question, sir, how to adopt these technologies,
Yes.
trust and the risk factors become a very important factors.
Definitely. It's a very big challenge.
It's a
these
big,
days.
very big challenge in the elementary school, in the school, and in the higher education. Right? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Anything else?
Okay. Thank you, Neha. Thank you very much.
Sir. Thank you.
Now we have Mr. Akhilesh, next presenter.
Everybody, my name is Akhilesh. The topic of my presentation is consumer trust in e-commerce as a function of gender, age, income, and occupation. Empirical study. So, all of us know that e-commerce is on a very high trajectory, high trajectory growth rate. The literature says that trust is a very essential element in e-commerce adoption. The growth of e-commerce would ultimately happen by adoption. My study is based on to identify the various elements of trust in e-commerce and see how the demographic variable impacts those elements. This is just the gist of the e-commerce market. This is how trust has been defined. This is the trust in e-commerce. The research purposes, the reason I took up this subtopic was that, see, every individual differs in their choices and likings. No two people can be same in their likings and choices. Based on this argument, we try to identify the determinants of trust in e-commerce adoption and also seek to develop an insight into the modern effect of these demographic variables, age, gender, occupation, and income on trust in e-commerce. The questions were, do men and women perceive trust differently in e-commerce? Does age lead to differences in perceiving trust in e-commerce? So on for income level and so on for occupation. This is the research methodology. It's a quantitative research, exclusive and descriptive, structured questionnaire with 5-point Likert scale. Simple random sampling technique was used. Online shoppers are the people from whom I've collected the data. Sample size is 554. EFS, CFN, and NOI is used for the hypothesis testing. Data analysis was excellent. SPSS software. More than 70 papers are scanned, 15 were used for this. The research criteria were these words. These are the hypotheses. There is no significant relationship between gender and trust in e-commerce. Same for the age, same for the income, and same for the occupation levels. This is the model, proposed conceptual model. So what I have done is we have identified 38 elements of trust from literature in e-commerce. And they said, okay, fine, how each elements of trust actually helps in adoption of e-commerce and how age, gender, income, and occupation impacts these. Data analysis, Cronbach was 0.93, establishes the reliability of the scale. KM1 Bartlett test was all are significant. This is the PCA result. So out of 38, 5 elements were, or 5 determinants had a factor loading less than 0.5, which are highlighted by red. So I've removed them for my further studies. This is the ANOVA result between gender and trust. The significant level is 0.383, which shows that there is no significant relation between gender and trust in e-commerce. Age, the significance value is 0.024, which is less than 0.5, which shows that there is a significant relationship between age and trust. However, when I went for the post hoc test, I could not find from which bracket to which bracket the actual difference comes in. This is for income and trust. It again has a significant relationship. In the post hoc test, we could see that in the range of 2,50,000 to 10 lakh, there is a difference. This is for the occupation, again there is no significant relationship. There is no significant relation between gender and trust in e-commerce. There is significant between age and trust for income and trust. No significant between occupation and e-commerce. Occupation and trust in e-commerce. This is the validated conceptual model. These are all the factor loadings of elements of trust. Now what interests me is that when I take all these elements in sum total as a trust, we have a different result. But when each elements are taken up, we find that some of the elements do find significant differences, like relationship management, so predictability in case of age, relationship management in case of gender, and so on. So these are the elements of trust wherein they find significant relationship with age, income, occupation, and gender. With reference to age, out of 33 determinants that
Let's come to the conclusion now.
So age significantly affects trust. Gender has no significant effect on trust. Income has significant effect on trust. Occupation does not affect significantly on trust. Next. These are with reference to the past studies, how my study supports or does not support the past studies. Theoretical managerial implications. Future direction can be replicated to other domains of e-commerce like financial services, e-retail. Certain determinants of trust that show significant relations with reference to age and income can further be studied to find reason for differences. And demographic variable age can further be studied to find which age group differs with each other.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My observation is one of sir, do you have any question? Okay, so my observation is, like you said, that there is no significant correlation between gender and the e-commerce thing. So what was the sample size? Like, how many females were participant of this study?
540 was the total sample size. 48% of the women and 52% women. I have that, though I did not put it up in this presentation.
No, because the general sense or general newspaper reports suggest that females are more skeptical of shopping online, and
I do agree with it. Mine was based on trust in e-commerce. And then, can you just show me one slide?
so it's only the perception of trust, right?
There are some of the elements that do show differences. Not all of the elements. Some of the elements do show differences.
Okay. Can you highlight which of the factors show the difference?
Relationship management.
Okay.
The second one is computer-mediated communication channel. Then social networking services. These elements did show differences between men and women. Others did not. For occupation, yes. Income and age, there were many determinants which did show differences.
All
There
right.
were in totality 13 common determinants between age and income, which did show that yes, there exists a difference between different brackets.
Okay, so but if you need to conclude that which gender has the better trust on e-commerce platforms, if you to conclude on the basis of the study and on the basis of your experience, because you have collected data, so what would that be? Is it like, did you have any kind of specific characteristics of the females who have taken part in your study? Oh, right. Thank you so much. Any questions from the audience?
This would have made your conclusion more specific and more relatable, as too many products and services are being sold online, and all the products and services, the people have different reasons for purchase, online or offline. So maybe if you could specify one industry, one product or service category, your conclusions would have been more relatable. That is the only thing I have to say.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Akhilesh. Yeah, we have next presenter, Simranjit Kaur.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Good afternoon, one and all present here. Myself, Simranjit Kaur. I am a Amity University research scholar, and the title of my paper is Democratizing Access of Microfinance for the Resilience of Social Status of Household. So basically in this paper I'm talking about the microfinance method, that is ROSCA, the Rotating Saving and Credit Association. So basically I have collected primary data. In this I have collected data from the members of ROSCA, and I have collected data on the basis that who are currently the member of ROSCA, and have to identify that is there any change in the saving, investment, expenditure, asset generation or social cohesion pattern after joining the ROSCA. So here are my objectives. If there is any effect of ROSCA's participation on asset generation, their social cohesion. The second one is identify the factors that influence the households in asset generation using ROSCA. So my research is purely primary, as I mentioned before as well. So it was divided into it was conducted using a structured questionnaire, and the questionnaire was divided in 3 sections. Demographic information first, how the ROSCA members are able to generate the assets, how their financial stability is there any change in the financial stability or not after being a member of ROSCA. And the third section is based on the social status, that is whether there is any relation, whether there is increase or any specific like confidence increase after being member of ROSCA. So these are my findings basically. So there is a significant increase in the saving pattern, ability of saving after being a member of ROSCA, and the major finding is that 92% of my respondents says that yes, we have become very socially cohesive, socially interactive after being ROSCA. My members of the ROSCAs are majorly the women who are, not majorly I can say, but yes, the proportion was more towards women members, that they were into the ROSCA and they are able to be more connected, very socially cordial with others, which otherwise was not possible when they were at home and doing household chores. But getting into the membership of ROSCA, they are able to be more socially cohesive, thus increases their social status. I want to come to the conclusion, ma'am. And so basically the ability of saving and generating asset has been increased by being a member of ROSCA, and the members oneself feel that the feeling and the sense of solidarity and credit access of credit is being easier. Basically when we talk about the formal pattern of accessing, having an access of credit, people hesitate and they don't go to banks and formal financial institutions for the same. They prefer such kind of rotating saving schemes that are informal yet safe, because you know the like-minded people are investing and having a pool of fund, and that pool of fund is being used. I have seen in the primary data that the fund is being used for emergency savings. Like emergency savings is when they have to rush for some kind of emergency situation, is kind like personal stuff, buying of a vehicle or any personal household item. So this is my findings.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Full kind of funding you are talking about. How you assure about the security? Is it just like a blockchain? Okay. Okay, okay. 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 So, what is your future finding in this research? How you imply in the journal society?
What I feel is Rosca is now prevalent in very.
Nidhi ma'am, we can take the questions later on. We are running short of time. We have to start the panel discussion. Thank you ma'am so much. Thank you so much sir and thank you so much sir and ma'am. Much sir and ma'am for facilitating the track 1 of the conference. Since we have international panelists waiting for the panel discussion and we have shortage of time, so we will be starting off with the panel discussion and resume the paper presentations after the same. May we request the technical team to please connect with the speakers and request Dr. Sheetal and Dr. Sharma sir to take their seats in the audience. On the theme of conference, let us now move towards the panel discussion highlighting experience sharing on transforming businesses and sustainable innovations in circular economy, a global perspective. We feel great pleasure in introducing our esteemed panelists for today to all of you. Our first panelist and moderator for this panel discussion is Dr. Kamal Upreti, Associate Professor, Christ University. He is currently working as an Associate Professor in Department of Computer Science. He completed his BTech degree from UPTU, MTech, PGDM from IMT Ghaziabad and PhD in Department of Computer Science and Engineering. He has completed postdoc from National Taipei University of Business, Taiwan, funded by MHRD. He has a prolific academic and professional background, having published over 50 patents, 45 books, 32 magazine issues, and 110 research papers in esteemed journals and international conferences. His areas of interest span modern physics, data analytics, cybersecurity, machine learning, healthcare, embedded systems, and cloud computing. With enriched years of experience in both corporate and teaching roles at engineering college, he has worked with organizations like HCL, NECHSL, Hindustan Times, Dehradun Institute of Technology, and Delhi Institute of Advanced Studies. His 15+ years of experience in research, academics, and corporate settings include a notable project, Hydra Store, funded by a collaboration between HCL and NECHCL in Japan. He has been recognized as the best teacher, best researcher, extra academic performer, and a gold medalist in his MTech program. We extend a hearty welcome to you, sir.
Our next distinguished panelist is Dr. Kamaljeet Kaur, an accomplished educator with a PhD in industrial psychology and organizational behavior. She has over a decade of experience in teaching, instructional design, and academic leadership. Currently serving as a program head of the Global Business Management Program, curriculum specialist and professor at Trios College in partnership with Sault University, Canada, Dr. Kamaljeet excels in disseminating curriculum information, aligning course content with college standards, and overseeing quality assurance processes. Her role involves personalized student support, ensuring alignment of career goals with academic pursuits, and delivering engaging instructions. In addition to her full-time position, Dr. Kamaljeet is a part-time instructor at Conestoga College, where she integrates industry insights and innovative teaching methodologies to enhance student learning in business, global business, project management, marketing, and HR. Ma'am's diverse professional background includes a stint as an academic counselor at Pearson Education USA, where she facilitated as an academic guidance for the schools designing curriculum to meet the standards, and as an SME for the COVID vaccination campaign with Nordia Canada, collaborating with public health departments to ensure adherence to safety protocols. She holds a postgraduate diploma in HRM and a master's in psychology from the University of Delhi. Her expertise in educator development, curriculum management, project management, and data analysis is enhanced by various professional certifications. She has authored research papers and 2 books, and she guides students on industry-led research projects. Her multifaceted expertise and dedication make her a valuable asset to the academic community. Thank you, ma'am, for being a part of this session.
It is a great honor to introduce to Mr. Dami Oluse, Program Head, Healthcare Leadership, Trios College, Business Technology and Healthcare Canada. An experienced and knowledgeable dental surgeon, he has a vast background in clinical dentistry, oral surgery, and clinical research, driven by a passion of learning and volunteering. He earned a Bachelor of Dental Surgery from the University of Lagos and a postgraduate diploma in clinical research from Oxford College. Currently, he serves as a professor in the Healthcare Leadership Postgrad Program at Trios College of Business Technology, Healthcare, Toronto, Southwest Campus. In this role, he develops and delivers curriculum both online and in-class, teach and facilitate courses for over 60 students, evaluate student performance using various assessments, and support student success through internships, job placement, and industry license. Prior to his current assignment, he has worked with organizations like Randall General Hospital, Lagos, Ordonant Valley Dental Clinic, Lagos, and Lagos University Teaching Hospital. It's an honor to welcome you, sir.
Our next distinguished panelist is Mr. Rumi Tinani, Program Head Project Management, Trios College, Canada. He is a highly accomplished professional with a Master's of Business Administration in IT Management from Western Governors University, Salt Lake City, USA. He possesses extensive skills in project and program management, agile methodologies, DevOps, cloud computing, IT infrastructure, compliance regulations, industry engagement, communication, and leadership. His impressive array of certification includes PMP, CSM, Agilist 6.0, CCBA, and advanced training in IT security, cloud, and DevOps technologies. Currently, he serves as a program coordinator and professor at Trios in Toronto, Canada, where he coordinates the Advanced Project Management Program, delivers lectures in various project management subjects, and has been recognized with the Passion for Excellence Award for his contributions. Since January 2024, he also holds a part-time professorship at Algoma University in Toronto, where he delivers lectures on advanced agile project management, PMO, project quality and risk management. We extend a very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you. Pleasure is mine.
Let us now introduce you to our next panelist, Mr. David Fox. Sir is the Business and Accounting Programming Coordinator at Trios College in partnership with Salt College in Toronto, Canada. An inventive higher educational professional, he excels in curriculum design, strategic co- and extracurricular programming, and building partnerships to enhance student success. He redesigned the curriculum for the business program and developed over 25 programs to address the gaps in curriculum and industry-based skills. Mr. David also designed micro-credentials in business analysis and data analytics. Before transitioning to full-time education, Mr. David practiced law and accounting as partner in multiple Bay Street firms, focusing on international tax, trust, estates, and corporate law. He served as the sole Canadian tax reporter for the International Bar Association, Chair of the Taxation Committee of the Ontario Bar Association and member of the Planning Committee of the Canadian Foundation Ontario Tax Conference. Recognized in 2017, Canadian Legal Lexpert Directory and named as LMG Rising Star in Taxation and Euromoney in 2016. David has published and spoken extensively. We welcome you and are grateful for your presence today, sir. May we now request Dr. Kamal Upreti to please take over the proceedings of the panel discussion. Over to you, sir. So you need to unmute yourself.
So it's really very thanks to all of you, especially for giving a warm introduction about your kind of technical audience. And first of all, I'm just congratulate to the complete entire committee and especially the convener, Dr. Nidhi, and it's invited to me as a moderator. And it is really very glad to me that for doing an interaction to all of you and we can make it something become very more productive, especially at the front of all the audience here. Okay. So before starting that particular for the panel discussion, we just try to give we will plan it for creating for a 2 rounds actually. So in the first round, we are just giving 5 to 7 minutes to the each. I can say our keynote speakers we are having, the 4 keynote speakers are having on it. So what we can do is, kindly it's a request. First, I just invite to the Karanjit Kaur. Please, ma'am, kindly give you some written introduction about that particular concept. What about your views and opinions regarding for that the conference title actually is, which is especially for existing for our 12th national conference that is a business transformation and sustainable innovation that is in the edge to the global circular economy. So kindly give your ideas and views and so we can just initiate for it. Please, it's hand over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal, for your introduction. And we would like to start with David Fox because David is going to lead this panel discussion on our behalf from 4 of us. We are joining from Canada. So over to you, David.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen here so that we do have some slides and we'll be working through those slides. My apologies if we don't exactly follow the rules. You know, we're from Canada, we're cowboys, the Wild West. So I'm just going to share this so that you can see this. Everyone should now be able to see the Canada and circular economy. We already have this information here. So today what we're going to be talking about fundamentally Canadian challenges to CE, sustainable development initiatives in progress. We're going to take a look at a comparison about how Canada is doing versus G7 nations. We're going to talk about the supply chain, and which is an incredibly challenging area in Canada for reasons I'm going to get into, and the CE. And finally, Dr. Damie is going to talk about sustainable health care. So, let me say to begin with, thank you very much for inviting our team to participate in this business transformation and sustainable innovation edge to the Global Circular Economy Conference. Thank you as well to the Banarsi Das Chandewala Institute of Professional Studies for organizing this 2024 conference, and to the Indian Council of Social Science Research for sponsoring this conference in respect of an incredibly important and timely topic. So, as I indicated, we're going to start with a discussion of what the circular economy means to Canada and some of the facts and unique attributes of Canada, its people, and its economic drivers, its international relations, and its systems of governance, which must be considered in terms of growing sustainability and the circular economy. We're then going to move on to addressing how Canada is trying to respond to certain of these challenges and measuring its progress regarding sustainability. Now, one very significant aspect of the challenges to sustainability and circular economy in Canada relates to the size of the country, its population density, the location of its economic drivers, as well as its international trade practices. That is, the supply chain and its role in the circular economy is an area for much discussion and consideration. Finally, Canada is a world leader in many areas of healthcare. However, many of the challenges which will be discussed regarding the circular economy are also challenges in terms of access and equity of the healthcare system in Canada. Now, to understand Canada, you have to understand that equity, particularly given the numerous northern, rural, remote communities in Canada, the relatively few numbers of very large city centers of healthcare excellence in Canadian cities, but also, in particular, working in respect of and to try to ameliorate Canada's dark history, dark colonial history in terms of Indigenous peoples.
So sorry to interrupt you in the middle.
Engaging and collaborating with Indigenous populations and communities is at the core of almost any policy in Canada, and is particularly so with respect to healthcare. We're then going to move on for the panel for a question and answer session. So, I'm going to summarize here what I think the end of all of this is going to be, which is that what we believe is a necessity of any circular economy initiative in Canada is that the initiatives represent Canadian solutions. So as we speak, I would encourage the audience to consider what types of Canadian-specific initiatives might improve the country's sustainability record by addressing Canadian-specific challenges. We can't force things on people when the best case is we tailor things towards countries, towards economies to try to best achieve circular the CE. So, moving on. Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Fox. Your slides are not visible.
Pardon me?
Yeah, now they are visible. Now they are visible.
We were not able to view the slides.
They were not able to view the slides. Now it's visible.
Yeah, is it visible now?
Yeah, now they are visible. Thank you so much, sir.
Oh, okay. All right. Sure. Let me just try to fix this a little bit. Okay.
It's your slides. That's not visible to them.
They can't.
Was not. No, they can see. They can see. They can see now.
Okay. So starting out here, Canada is an enthusiastic participant in numerous international environmental and sustainability initiatives at the federal, provincial, territorial, and even municipal levels. Different parts of the Canadian government and industries have voluntarily implemented, are in the process of implementing or strengthening policies and strategies to continually reduce the country's environmental footprint. The current Liberal government has pursued a very pro-sustainability strategy domestically and internationally with varied results. And Dr. Carr is going to get into several of the initiatives that Canada has embraced in terms of sustainability at the CE. But it's important to understand that the term circular economy, it's a newish term in Canada. It's interpreted differently based on the sector and the context. So for this reason, there was a seminal report in 2021 by the Council of Canadian Academies entitled Turning Point. And the expert panel in that report tried to settle on a description of the circular economy that was more broadly applicable. Fundamentally, the expert panel of the Council of Canadian Academies emphasized that the circular economy is not the end goal, but a journey that incorporated concrete steps and key targets. This interpretation is intended to underscore the evolving nature of sustainability in the circular economy across industries and geography, and as the economy grows and shifts. It also reflects, in my opinion, and in the Canadian context, that concrete steps and key targets are more realistic for certain industries, and they will gain increased engagement. So, you see before you what the expert panel of the Council of Canadian Academies settled on in terms of a definition of circular economy. I'm not going to reread that for you, but that's the basis that we're going to be operating on in this presentation. It's important to know as well that what the expert panel found in the Turning Point report, Canadians, generally speaking, actually are very supportive of environmental policies. But there's a lack of understanding, there's a lack of information, there's a lack of awareness of the concept of circular economy. We talk about sustainability, we talk about recycling, we talk about green initiatives, we talk about sustainable development goals, SDGs. But a big part of this is going to be in Canada, education, public knowledge of what circular economy means and what does it mean to people in their daily lives and to businesses. Now, to better understand what the circular economy and sustainable development can mean, it's important to better understand some basic facts and unique attributes of Canada, its economy, its people, its international relations, and its system of government. Doing so is instructive in terms of both evidencing the advantages but also the challenges which Canada, sometimes alone presently, faces in pursuit of a corporate social responsibility, sustainability, recycling, reducing pollution and carbon footprints and waste, and the circular economy. So consider some of the following facts about Canada. First of all, when we think about circular economy, if pictures are worth 1,000 words, I'm going to just take you through. This is a snapshot of the Canadian economy. We have a lot of high tech and aerospace. in terms of natural resources, we are very, very wealthy from a natural resources perspective. Fish, oil, forestry, mining, the supply chain, farming, oil pipelines, and steel, auto manufacturing generally, healthcare. And as I said before, in any discussion in Canada, that has to involve, and this is Canada, just Canada, it has to involve consideration of the Indigenous peoples and battling colonialism. So let's take a look here very quickly. The distance between cities and communities is significant. You just don't drive from one city to the next. In Canada, you go to a city, then you drive 2-3 hours, then you get to another one. We have, as I said, significant natural resources, manufacturing, agricultural sectors. Now, what is important there is the importance of it to the economy, which I'm going to evidence in a few slides. But there are jobs, high-paying jobs in natural resources and manufacturing and agriculture in Canada. And so any attempt to implement a circular economy is going to involve spending of considerable resources. And there's always going to be a question about, well, what about the jobs? Is there going to be a return on investment? How do we measure the return on investment? The clean energy technologies, ironically, clean energy technologies, they rely heavily on natural resources and minerals that are mined in Canada. So as the demand for more smart devices, but also electric car batteries, other clean energy, as the demand increases for that, so does the amount of mining that is occurring in Canada. The other thing is that from an economic perspective, SMEs, small and mid-sized enterprises, predominate. We're a country of relatively small to mid-sized communities. Our businesses in Canada tend to be small, mid-sized. Of course, we have some very large businesses. We have internationally renowned stock exchange in terms of mining in particular, but these are all things that we have to keep in mind when we're talking about the circular economy. So, what does this really mean? Well, here is Canada. Canada is the second largest country in terms of land area in the world, but it only has a population of 42 million people. Okay? Population density in this country is 9.6 individuals per square mile. So if you look at this country, and then you look at the side the cities and populations, for people in many parts of the world, the idea that our largest city, and this is the metropolitan area of Toronto, which would be the financial capital of the country, the metropolitan area is 6.2 million. That is as big as it gets. And then it drops next to 4.3 million, and then it goes down from there. So we're a huge country. We have low population density. We have great distances to cover between communities, and our friend Rumi is going to talk some more about that. 10 provinces, 3 territories. The territories are up in the northern part here, the Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. Now, I talked about population density, the 9.6 people per square mile. This is what Canada looks like in terms of population density. Again, enormous country, but everybody is, the vast majority of people are along a line that the border of the United States. Okay? So the dark colors here, those are communities of more than 200,000, sorry. So if you look for the dark red colors, we see some here, here, and then in southwestern Ontario, which is one of the most heavily populated areas. But you see a lot of smaller communities that are not dark red. I say that we are a large country. We have a low population density. That the majority of Canada is forest and tundra. This is what I mean right here. Anything green here, like there are different types of forest. This is a certain type of forest. Green, that's forest in Canada. White, that's tundra. So tundra is, it's not completely barren, but it has small types of trees and bushes, a lot of rocks. There's not a lot of things that grow there. And we have an enormous forestry. Now that's not to say that people don't live in these forested areas and in the tundra. They do, but as we saw on our last slide, that forestry area is coming down through here, and our population base is down here. Now, I say that we're a country of minerals, natural gas, natural resources. Just to give you, again, a picture, take a look at this map. All these dots, and in many cases there are dots on top of dots, these represent mineral exploration, mines, metallurgical works, derricks and oil and gas exploration, what we call the oil sands in Canada. So from coast to coast, and actually even what's happening now up in the far north with diamond mines, we are, it cannot be overstated how important mining, oil and gas, forestry, natural resources are to Canada. We have the second largest oil reserves in the world. Okay? Dams, like the distances between cities, the population density, how all of that impacts and frankly presents real challenges to achieving a circular economy. So some more facts. I said before, in Canada, it is just a reality that virtually anything we do on a large scale, it needs to incorporate consideration and consultation of the Indigenous peoples of Canada. And that's in respect of our trying to redress the colonial history and some very dark history in terms of the indigenous people and white European settlers. We have a very high consumption rate of materials, energy, and water. Why? Because we have a lot of materials, energy, and water. Okay? We have a circularity rate of 6.1%. That is the first time, that's 2021, that's the first time that was even calculated in Canada. So 94% of what we consume is extracted or made, not recycled. 6.1%. So that's a pretty tough figure. We are also a big exporter of waste, and in particular plastics, and Dr. Carr is going to talk a little bit about that. We have a lot of waste. No one wants to put the waste anywhere in Canada, understandably. So we export it. The City of Toronto, all day, every day, the City of Toronto, again, metropolitan, 6.2 million, all day, every day, starting at 5 in the morning and going right through to late at night. There are just constant trucks going back and forth, 3-4 hours up and down the major Trans-Canada Highway, taking our trash.
Mr. David,
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. Because we are having a limited time, especially for
Yeah,
the panel
okay.
discussion.
All right,
Okay.
I'll finish off quickly here.
Thank you.
We're an exporter of waste. The other part, we lack measurement metrics for the circular economy. Our relationship with and dependence on the United States is always an issue, and there is a complexity with the governmental with the governmental jurisdictions. Here, just as an example, is the various Indigenous communities throughout Canada. So I'm going to move on here. These are some statistics that illustrate the contribution to Canadian GDP of forestry, of natural resources, of fishing, of mining. It also, what is important here is to understand that any action that we take with respect to natural resources, and if it has a negative impact on natural resources, it will impact one part of the country more than others. Okay, so if you take fishing, you're gonna hit these provinces. If you take oil, Alberta, look at that. Alberta produces that amount of gas in Canada. So we have to look at that. Because of the northern, rural, remote landscape in Canada, there are deficits in infrastructure. It is a low cost to dispose of waste, so there are economic disincentives for waste reduction. There's an uncertain return on investment for investment and the circular economy. We need more comprehensive data. A circular economy will impact our international trade in unclear fashions. I mean, fundamentally, collaboration. Collaboration is required, and even our government is not really strong in terms of incorporating sustainability into its procurement, which represents 13.3% of the national GDP. So what I would say, moving on, is I don't think it's an all doom and gloom. It isn't all doom and gloom. It's a matter of fitting what we are already doing and understanding how it integrates sustainability, recycling, green initiatives, how that integrates with the circular economy. And the realities of what Canada is and what drives its economy have to be part of that circular economy discussion. geopolitical considerations can't be minimized. We need to learn from our allies, and we have to also bear in mind the size of business in Canada. Small, mid-sized enterprises are not going to be able to take on the enormous costs that that may be part of joining the circular economy. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Kamaljeet Kaur to talk about sustainable development.
Thanks a lot, David, for discussing and sharing the facts regarding sustainability and circular economy here in Canada. Since David talked a lot about how Canada is rich in mineral resources and how, Canadian government is putting a lot of efforts in making SDG goals here in Canada. So I will be just focusing more about comparing Canada with the G7 nations. Now, talking about the Sustainable Development Goals, let me take you a little bit back. So in 2023, there was a meeting which was held up in World Economic Forum, and they reached out to new guidelines where they focused on the Sustainable Development Goals and how we are going to build momentum in the world. And based on that, WEF laid down four different areas, and each underscored by the challenge of responding to the climate goals. Like, for example, how we are going to increase the climate action, how we are going to accelerate the industry transformation, how we are going to shape the resilient economies and societies, and how we are going to advance the regional and the global cooperation. And based on these four goals, different nations and different countries in and across the world, they agreed to handle the sustainability all in their own respective countries. Like, I can give you an example, Ecuador, a Latin American country, they became the, first country in Latin America to join the Global Plastic Action Partnership. And according to them, they were bringing about 25 key technologies back there in Ecuador to control the climate, rapidly changing climate, and to bring it more of the sustainable development. Apart from this, if I'm going to talk about, there were different organizations who were working very hard, and Canada is working very hard to bring in this concept of the SDG and the circular economy. We in Canada, we are very, very, very particular about the climate change. We have so many initiatives coming up. There were universities, there were different programs that have been launched back forth in Canada, and the Canadian government is very much adamant to get the climate aspect related very closely with the sustainability and the circular economy. So what are the initiatives and the progresses Canada has done in comparison with the G7 members? Now, Canada, as I discussed, that they had, the Canadian government, they are making a significant growth towards integrating this sustainability and the circular economies. So we have a lot of national policies, we have a lot of initiatives that have been started, and it includes reducing waste, reusing resources, how we are going to talk more about the pollution and biodiversity loss. So it's a huge concern. Pollution and the biodiversity loss is a huge concern. There is a lot of green space here in Canada, and the government is very particular. They don't allow to do any sort of activity to reduce that green space. Now, what are the Canada initiatives? The first one is the Canada started out with the zero waste, strategy. So if we go here in many grocery stores here in Canada, they have stopped using plastic bags. It's completely banned. So they're focused on the product design, recycling capacity, and public awareness. Canada also, just brought it a Canada-wide action plan, on handling the waste strategy. So they aim on reducing the plastic pollution and increasing the recycling rates. So many, stores like Tim Hortons here in Canada or McDonald's here in Canada, they are focusing on reusable or recyclable cups. IKEA, one of the largest furniture store here in Canada, they are working very hard on the recycling furnitures. Canada's greening government strategy, they seek to make government operations low carbon and resilient by incorporating the circular economy principles. Like I can give you an example, like in Quebec, one of the province, and British Columbia, two provinces here in Canada, they are leading the way in Canada with the active circular economy strategies. Like many other provinces are following, but Quebec and British Columbia, these two provinces are leading the way, and they have started a program here in Canada in their provinces, which is known as Extended Producer Responsibility. That is an EPR, wherein they hold the manufacturers accountable for the life cycle of the products. Somebody has to take the accountability, and they're holding the manufacturers accountable for that. And even the local provincial governments or municipalities, they're also developing in these two provinces zero waste and circular economy plan. So there is a one thing which is very popular here in Quebec, which is going on. They call it Recycle Quebec. So they wanted to have a zero waste here in Canada. Now, if I compare to G7 nations, I'm not saying that Canada is doing a huge thing or they are taking more initiatives. We are trying our level best to make, as compared to our G7 nation, we really want it. But then still Canada needs to do a lot, right? And we signed an initiative which is known as Ocean Plastics Charter and the Global Alliance on Circular Economy with G7 nations. But still, if we compare Canada with Germany and Japan, they are, not, they have still need to make some time to reach up to that. Like Germany and Japan, they have got the higher circularity rate. They have more robust frameworks for the circular economy as compared to the Canadian counterparts. But yes, we are doing more better than the other countries. We are on the third number if we say that among the G7 nations to work towards the circular economy. Now, if I talk about how Canada is taking this thing as compared to the G7 nations, number one, the Canada is talking about the sustainability initiatives and performance. We have created a component which is known as, carbon. We started out with the carbon pricing. We started out with very strict regulations. We started out with a lot of incentives to the organizations if they are managing their sustainable, managing the waste or recycling the waste. And Canada has got a very strong now high taxes. So the taxes have increased on the manufacturing units, who are not following the climate action plan. So increased regulation, and the government is spending very high amount of money in Canada, but not as more comparison to the G7 nations, right? We had, according to the recent survey done by the OECD Economic Survey in 2023, Canada has made strides in certain areas of sustainability, but still we need to maintain the consistent economic growth. We need to make the productivity. Yes, comparison, if we compare, doing good, but if we see countries like Estonia, which is not the part of the G7, if you see the countries like Ireland, which is not the part of the G7, they are working very hard to bring in the strong initiatives to build the sustainable development goals. And Canada has to improve a lot on the economic policies, but still we are happy. We know what David talked about, tons and tons of the waste, and we are very particular here in Canada regarding we have a separate bins, and Ruby will be talking further about that. And we have different, regions here in Canada, like Peel region or Halton regions at different places here. They work very strongly, and there were heavy fines imposed on the citizens here in Canada who are not following this sustainable development goals. So I will now give this baton to Rumi Tunani, another colleague, and Rumi will be talking further more about the supply chain and the circular economy, and then he'll be talking more about the examples of how Canada, when I talked about the G7 nations and comparison and how Canada is working toward the sustainable development goals, Rumi is going to make my point more strong on how Canada is working towards this supply chain. Thank you very much, and Rumi, on to you.
Thank you, Kamalji. So let's start off, and David, could you yeah, thank you. So now, as we've seen that Canada is a vast country, and that makes it difficult to compare it, to make policies to implement it, and the way it is set up, it's got multiple provinces and territories, and these have got some level of independence. So that's the first challenge, where you have regulations, you have policies, but it's inconsistent. You may have certain policies which have stronger regulations, and then you have other provinces which do not have that. So that makes it a bit of challenging. So what we're trying to look at is all the challenges that we face. The second is, of course, vast terrain. David's talked about it. Dr. Kamaljeet has talked about it. So because of the scale, and not only being big, but it's wide. It's got 5 time zones. So just going from one side to the other itself is a carbon, activity that will happen. And then we've got high costs because we've got first of all the terrain. Then whenever we make any kind of transition, whenever we switch from an electric car from a gas car to an electric car, there is a cost involved. Similarly, in the industries, whenever they try to move to something carbon neutral, or that's the heavy cost that's involved. So these are some of the challenges that are there in the Canadian side for the supply chain. Next slide, please, David. So now let's look at some companies that were out there, which did a very good job. And I'm just going to talk about 2 small examples. First is Maple Leaf's Food, and the other one is Tech Resources. So what they did was they just became the pioneer, and Maple Leaf is the best example. It has set a very high standard, becoming the first carbon neutral food company, and this is globally, and it achieved this in 2019. So you have companies trying to achieve it, but Maple Leaves just went, just hit the ball out of the park and went all wide, and they were able to achieve this. And what they did was they actually set goals. So that's an important part of this entire process. How do we achieve that? First is setting these goals and making commitments, improving their energy efficiencies. And how they did that was they changed their lighting and taking smaller steps, which helped them achieve this. As it's a food processing plant, what happens is it has a lot of water which is wasted. So it started recycling this water and reducing the water in the first place. And then another thing that they tried to do was they used sustainable sourcing of the product. So wherever they were buying these products, they ensured that everything was in order and done environment friendly ways. Finally, and this is the biggest point, this is where you get a lot of input. What they did was they actually got employee and stakeholder engagement. Now, what this does is this helps you get ideas, and throughout the world, the best people that can give you suggestions to improvements are the stakeholders, because these are the people that's are actively involved, and they made strong use of that. With that, what happened was they took in all these initiatives, made improvements, and became the first carbon neutral food company in the world. Next slide, please. The next one is mining. Now I know David has talked a lot about mining, And yes, mining does have its challenges, especially in this field. But what it did now, tech is not a global leader in any ways, but it is definitely one of the leaders in Canada. And the way to achieve that was it's it used sustainable mining practices, again using clear sustainable goals, water management, reclamation, reducing greenhouse. And let me talk about what it did was it tried to reduce the GHG emissions across all its operations. And what it aligned itself with the Paris Agreement goals to to make it more sustainable. Again, energy, it reduced the energy effective liveliness. It increased the
Sorry to interrupt you actually, because the thing is, because we are having a very limited time in the next 15
Sure, sure,
minutes.
sure.
That's all.
Sure.
Okay, so it's kindly to wind up within 1 or 2 minutes, please.
Okay, so what I'll do is the last, David, could you please go to the last one, last slide? And this is just an example of that. This is the last one that I'm talking about, and this is done at a regional level. Again, this is a big part in the circular economy level, where they split up the garbage. And what they did was the third garbage, which was an organic bin. This is where all our food waste goes in. And this is a big implementation because we've got all this organic material, and all this organic material right now. Now, again, Peel is not the leader, but definitely strongly enforces it. And as Dr. Kamalji Kaur has mentioned, this is a very good case study that a lot of people can reuse to make sure that they are taking part and contributing to the circular economy. So I'll pause here. I'll end here. Thank you so much. I'm not going to talk about this, so I'll give it over to David.
Yeah, so I'm just going to pass it on to Dr. Tademi.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. I know we're a little bit, time crunched right now. But again, I'm honored to be here to discuss the importance of, sustainability in healthcare, and I'm going to be pretty brief with this. We are facing global health challenges that require us to rethink, our approach to healthcare. And like Dr. Kanaji talked about the Sustainable Development Goals from United Nations. This provide a roadmap for addressing the challenges. And Canada in particular has shown a very strong commitment to environmental stewardship. So I would start with the importance of sustainability in healthcare. It contributes significantly to the environment impact. When we have sustainable practices in healthcare, this would lead to some form of improved public health outcomes, and the part which most of us like to hear, which is reduced operational costs. COVID-19 came and the pandemic hit the whole world. It was a global health challenge, and WHO came up with all sorts of solutions and all sorts of limitations also to ensure that we were able to manage this and have a sustainable economy. And that pushed and motivated the need for a resilient and sustainable healthcare system, which we're driving at today in Canada. And the United Nations Sustainable Goal, the goal that actually is directly related with my topic, is the goal number 3. We talked about good health and well-being, and also goal 13, which talks about climate action. So what this is pushing at is emphasizing the need for a sustainable and resilient health system. So next is the big question, that what is Canada's commitment to environmental stewardship, right? In Canada, we have all sorts of policy. Our Health, Environment, and Health Economic Plan aims to achieve net zero emission by 2050. And this comes with specific strategies for healthcare sustainability. So the government is really pushing to ensure that we, meet these goals. One of Canada's commitment is also reducing healthcare facility emissions, right? How do we do this? We are implementing energy efficient technologies in our hospitals, clinics. One of them is an example of LED lighting, providing energy efficient HVAC systems, and also making sure that we're having smart building technologies. We're also looking for how we can retrofit existing healthcare facilities in a bid to improve energy efficiency and also reduce emissions to the barest minimum. Now, when it comes to waste reduction and management, we promote recycle, like Rumi talked about previously. We're promoting recycling, we're promoting proper waste segregation, most especially within the healthcare facilities. And why are we doing this? We want to be able to minimize the waste being sent to our landfills. We want to try to implement programs for the safe disposal and recycling of medical and hazardous waste. Let's not forget about water conservation also. What are we doing? In this case, we are installing all sorts of water efficient fixtures and systems in the healthcare facilities. We are implementing water recycling and also looking for how we can harvest rainwater to be able to reduce water consumption. Next point is on green transportation. I think Dr. Kamachi talked about that. We're encouraging the use of hybrid vehicles for medical transport. We do a lot of medical transporting in Canada, not only medical transporting and staff commuting to work every day. We're looking for how we can encourage the use of electric hybrid vehicles, and also additionally on top of that provide infrastructure for bike commuting, and maybe making sure that the public transportation have access to these healthcare facilities on a greener platform. And also very important is education and training. We need to provide training and resources for healthcare professionals. This is very important to be able to sustain a very good practice and environmental stewardship. I have some little, my next topic which I'll be talking about right now is some case studies which I just want to talk about. And one of the case studies is actually very important in the sense that this is how we can learn, on what is going on and how we can actually, solve these problems. Now, the case study I'm talking about today is the Ottawa's Hospital Comprehensive Sustainability Strategy. Now, the hospital, we have the Ottawa Hospital, which is a very big hospital here that has adopted a form of holistic approach to sustainability. How? First of them is energy conservation, my bad. The hospital installed what is called a cogeneration plant. Now, this plant produces both electricity and heat, and improves the energy efficiency and reduces the green gas emission by at least 25%. This should be a role model to other hospitals in this case. When it comes to waste management, how has Ottawa Hospital been able to do the needful? They implemented what is called a hospital-wide recycling and composting program. And when they did this, they were able to reduce the landfill waste by another 50% in 3 years, which is a very huge significance and growth. And the last that they did was, in terms of green building practices, they have a new civic campus that they built somewhere to be able to incorporate green roofs, rainwater harvesting, and all sorts of energy efficient systems in this case. Now, the next question is, what are the results of all of this? Ottawa Hospital has done well by pushing others. The initiatives that they have positioned as leader in sustainable healthcare has been able to serve as a model for other institutions and hospitals in Canada and around the world. So what's the key takeaway of this? Now, while we have challenges in supply chain, sustainability, utilities optimization, integration of sustainable practices, the Canadian healthcare institutions are making progress. We cannot deny this. And how are we doing this? We're doing this through innovative strategies, dedicated efforts, and these institutions are demonstrating what it is to be called a sustainable healthcare that is beneficial for the environment and the public. And I'm closing right now. I'm talking about collaboration and accountability. What is the role of the government in terms of policies and regulation? One example of successful collaboration is the partnerships between hospitals and renewable energy sector. This has helped a lot. And the impact that this brings is that the collaboration would reduce the hospital's carbon footprint and serve as a model for other institutions. I know because of time I can go ahead, but I would conclude by saying the key takeaways and also mention the call to action right here. This is not about one person. I'm encouraging all stakeholders to prioritize sustainability and in a way that it benefit the patients, healthcare, and also operational efficiency. And I think because of time, I just want to thank you all for your attention and your ongoing commitment to a healthier and more sustainable future. And I want to charge you all to let's continue working together to build a greener, more resilient healthcare system for the future generations. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, really very thanks for you for giving your precious words actually. It was really very thanks to all of you that you spent to collabing with the celebration of the sustainability. We have about the teaching strategies going on. And the things which are going on in the prediction, especially for the Canadian actually. So I just opened this particular the questionnaires which are existing. So I just asked from the audience side. If any questions from the audience side, please raise your hands. So I just opened that particular the mic and please.
Okay, we thank all our panelists for such
Any
a
questions
valuable
from the
and
audience?
thought-provoking insight. Yeah, he is asking for certain questions.
So no issue.
Hello.
Two questions are from my side actually. Because in the last last 1 hour I think we are discussing a lot, especially for sustainability. In fact, I'm basically in India actually, and I'm just working a lot with the healthcare sector. Okay, with the AIMS and GB plan for the last 7 years. Okay, and I'm just working especially for the government bodies for in order to implicating for the green the things which are existing for and implicating for especially for the SDG goals which are existing in our project actually. Okay, but my question is, what are the key parameters, or we can say, what are the steps that you try to implicating in your policies actually? And my second query is especially for David. Please tell me because while we are just applying for what the strategy that you have applied for the Canada actually, it is, I think it will be a long term process actually for the 5 years or 6 years. If I'm just saying if we can try to implicate in a short duration, so according to you, you can suggest me what are the time durations that we should try to implicate it for aligning for the sustainability of that particular the things which need to be aligned. Yes.
I think so. Both the questions, Dr. Kamal.
Yeah.
David started on the facts and challenges. So, David, I think so you will be able to answer it better.
Yes. Dr. Kamal, so can I just clarify? What you're asking is what alignment needs to happen in terms of the economy and particularly in a natural resources rich stuff. What needs to be the first thing I think, and the most important thing, is that in Canada we have under our constitution very different responsibilities for different areas, all of which tie into the green economy and sustainability. So we talked about Indigenous peoples, that's a federal. Waterways, that's going to be federal, but there are others that are provincial. So I think what needs to happen, and Quebec has taken its own path in this by just going ahead and doing it. And I just with respect, that's how Quebec kind of manages things. I think what needs to be aligned is on a pan-Canadian basis, and that is difficult. What is enough? Okay, 1, 2, 3, okay? These are 3 things we can all work on, whether you're oil and gas, whether you're wheat, whether you're hydroelectricity, what are the 3 concrete things that we are going to do that we agree on? And how are we talking about this? Like, how are we describing it? How are we measuring it? Are we using the EU basis to measure it? what is our definition of circular economy? Again, we didn't really have one until 2021. So exactly what are the concrete steps? It is a journey. In any mineral-rich country, it's a journey. It is not a, oh, we're going to get there now. It's a journey. So agreement on 2, 3 common goals, what it means to establish them, what it means to achieve them, and how we're going to measure it, and who's responsible for what, federal, provincial, municipal. That, in my mind, is what's got to happen.
Thank you, David. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks
Dr.
for
David?
giving your us. Yeah. Thank you. For next question from the audience side, please. Any questions from the audience?
Sir, can you hear me? Audience.
Any questions from the audience, please?
You can ask your question.
So my question is that what are the core
Kindly unmute your mic, please. Unmute your mic.
Sorry.
Yes.
I want to ask that what are the core principles of a circular economy?
Kamal sir, could you hear that?
Yeah, ma'am, it is audible. Yeah, please.
I want to ask that what are the core principles of a circular economy?
The voice is a little bit echoing, ma'am. This is the reason why.
Sir, he wants to know what are the core principles of the circular economy.
Sorry, if anyone who can write the question in a basically in message box, that will be more better, I think so.
We are writing it in the chat box.
I think the question was the core principles of the circular economy, I think. And I would just go back to where we were before. I'm sorry to fly through these slides, but so I think we look at this definition and we parse it systemic. It's a systemic. It's not me, you, them. And then what are our boundaries? And how do we conserve materials? How do we not just continually consume materials? How do we?
David, sorry, the student is having the problem is they are asking, what are the core principles of curricular economy actually? I mean, the students have just written on a WhatsApp, in a message actually. What are the core principles? What are the core principles? Yeah.
The core principles, I would say, is moving from a linear extract, use, dispose to a circular and a circular model where stuff coming into the economy is the waste as much as possible. Any waste generated is there recycled, and we think about waste in a different way too. So we recycle, but anything that we would otherwise think of as waste, is there a way that can be used again and continue in the circular as opposed to extract, use, throw out?
Right. I agree with David. I just need to add up this thing. So what exactly the 3 principles on which the circular economy work is, number one is how we are going to eliminate the waste and the pollution. Pollution plays a very important role in that. And second component, second principle on which they work is how you are going to circulate the products. You need to circulate the products, you need to circulate the materials, and it's very important when we are circulating it, how we are going up with the highest value. And the third important thing is how we are going to regenerate the nature which we have destroyed. So it's very important. So these are the 3 core principles. Am I right, David? This is what exactly in the line of what you were talking about.
Yes. Yeah. So due to the lack of time, I'm just asking the last question for wrapping up for the all 2-3 questions and clubbing and to make a one question actually. From the audience side, they are just asking, can you tell me what are the real applications which are existing, especially for circular economy? Along with that, I just want to one small questions. Okay. So the thing is, David, especially to you, this question. The thing is, because in your slide it is mentioned that is in collaboration. Okay. We are staying in India actually, and you are in the Canada actually. Okay. So we all are working on SDG goals. Okay. So all are having us common basic goals are existing. So I can say because if you can see from the last 3 years or 5 years, there are a lot of research proposals. They are just moving it out either from the US, India, either from UK to India, either from we can say India to Saudi, but it either from India to Europe. But I just want to ask you, still from the last 5 years, because I'm just working a lot in the research projects actually. But no project has to be released till now. What I can say, I don't know, because no project has to be released till now for the joint collaboration between the India and Canada, especially for working for sustainability, or we can say for the SDG goals. So can you comment or you can give your suggestions that how the universities or institutions or colleges they should be work together in order to exchange their thought and knowledge from one country to another country in order to improvisation for its the things especially for our environment. Over to David.
think you're on mute, David.
I'm sorry. Without going into tremendous detail, and Dr. Kaur probably not to just throw it at her, but in terms of specific initiatives, she with India, I think she would be better positioned to answer that question. Having said that, you're absolutely right in terms of what needs to happen in terms of collaboration. I mean, the post-secondary systems are central to research and development, to trying to continually develop technologies or develop paths that continually lower cost. And in Canada, particularly when we're dealing with mining, when we're dealing with natural resources, developing approaches where there's gonna be waste. There is no question when you mine there's gonna be waste. But what can we take from that waste and use? And I think the one of the biggest things the research institutes need to focus on is we all want this clean energy. We're just putting a whole bunch of money into battery factories, electric battery factories here in Canada, and the greening of technology. But the problem with that is the more you want green technology, the more we have to mine the stuff that goes into the green technology, and that's not coming back. Once we take it out, it's out. And the recycling rate with respect to green technology is not tremendous at this point. So we need to figure out how to better recycle it, how to better use waste from what we're doing, and we need to research the approaches and how we can bring down the cost. Again, recognizing the small, mid-sized enterprise predominance in Canada. As for India specific, Canada, India specific, I will pass it over to Dr. Carr.
Okay.
Thank you, David. Regarding the India specific, I think Dr. Kamal Upreti will be the better here. But the thing is that what Ruby discussed about in his examples, talking about the Maple Foods and the tech industries in Peel region, and there, Danny talked about Ottawa Hospital. What's important is that Dr. Kamal, I have been in, I just left India almost 5 years back, but I'm observing that what we need to understand is that it's not about sitting in a closed room, whether we are in Canada or whether we are in India, to discuss about this. There should be groundwork which needs to be done. More of students, or maybe from the schools, it should be started out discussing about this SDG, discussing about this circular economy. Let this make it a part of the curriculum which we are observing here in Canada in the schools. The children, the kids, they have started learning more about this, how to handle this waste, how to handle this thing. And the government here is focusing more on building up a strong base of this, what we are talking about, because that's a big thing. What we are observing right now in and around the world is thanks to not following this, rules and regulations built up by the nature. And I agree with you. We need to really work very strong. Very strong.
In fact, in India, there are a lot of changes and variation has to be done it in our policies as well. If you can see that we are having the NEP policies is coming it out 2020 actually, and we are just more focusing on the vocational courses and the skill set which is going on actually. And if I can see the stats from the Forbes magazine, I can say India is the world largest manpower generating for providing for the resources in across the globe. Yeah. So we can say yes, but my question is I'm not be able to satisfy it. Sorry to say, David, because because my question is little bit is how we can do the collaboration actually. Because the thing is, I'm also still I'm just worried because in the 5 years back I was in Europe actually for 3 years. In 2 years I was in Japan actually. So I worked with a lot of collaborative projects. But the question is there is a less of collaborative work or the project which is going on, which is an we can say country or I can say the India and Canada. But secondly, I just want to say there's a lack of schemes which is coming it out.
Yes.
This is my especially the question.
Right.
Yeah.
Danny,
Okay.
you have to
So,
say something.
Dr. Kamal, I understand your question, and I have some suggestions because when I realized we were going to be speaking here, I did little research in India, and I've always had a calling. I've had attractions to India. I have a lot of friends and all that. So based on and to corroborate what Dr. Kamalji course has said, now one of the ways that I think partnerships and collaborations could work for India is that you target the international organizations. They would help in a way. Also target NGOs. When I mean NGOs, I mean NGOs that actually support sustainability and green renewable energy. Also, you might want to look into private sector. I don't know how the government policies are in India, but again, you might want to look into the private sector to gain access to funding, technology, and expertise in this case. For government policies, I know sometimes it might not be that flexible, but you want to start advocating for supportive government policies, okay? Such as subsidies for that renewable energy in this case, and installations in healthcare. I'm a healthcare person, not only healthcare, but in all sectors. Then last but not the least, is start with pilot programs. The more pilot programs that you put in place, okay, the more access you have to be able to demonstrate the benefits of sustainability. Seeing is believing. When people start seeing this, then they know, oh, we're not supposed to throw the waste here. We can actually make this out of waste in this case. So that's what I feel for a country like India that has a very large population also, which I think might be a problem or issue. But I think with this point which I have mentioned, one of them community engagement, trying to partner and collaborate with NGOs, private sector participation, looking for how you can advocate your government policies to support what you want, and starting with a lot of pilot programs, startup programs, it would help in that case.
Okay, Danny, thank you. Thanks a lot. Definitely, I'm just really very appreciating whatever the ideas or the suggestions you have just given it now. So I'll just take on because of the lack of time, or we can say the binding of the session. I just concluding with the 1 minute as a moderator here. I'm really because after the conclusion from the last 60 minutes, I can say it is completely based on sustainable rules that we are just rotating and how we can just use for the renewable resources in a better manner. We can say we should try to conserve it for the material resources, reduce energies, and use a proper optimized or channelized manner of using for the water usage, generate the less wastage, and the good purpose for reducing for the pollution, I can say. So it is a really very wonderful discussion, especially thanks to David, Romy, and Devi, and Karamjit, it is a very nice interaction to all of you. Okay, and I hope and this type of interactions definitely we can do with the bilateral for the different countries also. Yes.
Right.
Thanks a lot and thank you
very much.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you
Kamal.
very much.
And definitely
Thank you
your
very much,
questions, we
everyone.
can connect it further
Thank you very much.
to have a collaboration to work upon.
And definitely, my university will always be ready. And definitely, I will just keep in touch with the mail also, and we will try our best for the further coordination.
Right.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Bye. Take care.
Thank you very much.
We thank all our panelists for their valuable
Thanks a
and
lot, Nidhi ma'am, and we should try to wind up the sessions. And it was really very wonderful. And because of lack of time, I'm sorry to say, we have just taken for extra time for winding that particular session. Sorry to all.
Kamal sir, can you hear me?
Thanks a lot. We will definitely meet again. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so we thank all our panelists for their valuable and thought-provoking insights and a lively discussion. They've been kind enough to join us from Canada and spare time to be with us today. So thank you so much for such a vibrant discussion. May I now call upon Dr. Nidhi Singh, member of the conference organizing team, to present the vote of thanks.
So, good afternoon, all the dignitaries and panel members, faculties, and dear participants. As we draw to the close of this insightful panel discussion, it is my honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on the behalf of the Banarsi Das Chandewala Institute of Professional Studies. I would like to extend our gratitude to our director, Dr. Aparna Mishra, for her valuable insight and contribution to this event. It was our esteemed pleasure to hear our panelists' thoughts and their experience with respect to impact of the sustainable innovation in circular economy and need of a business to become a transitive for the societal growth and development. A special thank Dr. Kamal Upriti of Christ University for moderating the whole session in a very engaging way. We also share our gratitude to Dr. Kamaljit, Mr. Dami, Mr. Rumi, and Mr. David of Troyes College of Canada, who not only provide their esteemed and precious time out of their busy schedule, but gave very thoughtful insight on the topic which was very relevant to the participant here. We'd like to extend a special thanks to the joining from the Christ College and participant from our campus to being a part of the panel discussion. We believe that each of us have taken some learning today and motivated to take the actionable step towards a more sustainable future. Thank you all once again for your time and contribution. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nidhi ma'am. And we would now resume with our paper presentations. For all of those who have presentations are left, we'll resume. And may I request our session chair and co-chair, Sheetal ma'am and Devendra sir, to please take their seats on the dais and take the session forward, sir.
Divya Rana.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Divya Rana. I am from High Rank Business School. I am making the presentation on the topic of the impact of artificial intelligence in the supply chain performance for textile industry. In this scenario, the textile industry is growing very fast and it has given a huge impact on our economy as well. Nowadays, people are of any age, either it will be a youth, senior citizen, and our little toddlers are aware of latest fashion trends and styles. It results increase in demand of textile garment manufacturing companies. They need to expand their production. So, in order to expand the production capacity, utilizing AI in its various applications to optimize their operation. Yeah, my research methodology I have used is research approach is quantitative research. Research instrument is structured questionnaire with 5-point Likert scale. Sampling technique was simple random sampling, sample unit textile industry, and sample size was 63, and data analysis, EFA and CFA, and data analysis software was used as Excel, SPSS, and ONYX. My research objectives are to examine the effect of artificial intelligence in demand forecasting, sale forecasting, and order process management in textile industry,
and propose and validate a conceptual model. Research hypotheses are artificial intelligence has significant effect on demand forecasting, artificial intelligence has significant effect on sale forecasting, and artificial intelligence have a significant effect on order process management. So this is the conceptual model. Yeah. Conclusion part is the study was undertaken to find out the effect of artificial intelligence supply chain performance within the textile industry. This study concludes that within textile industry, the use of artificial intelligence has a significant effect on demand forecasting, sale forecasting, and order process management. This study is in line with the past studies on the effect of artificial intelligence on demand forecasting, sale forecasting, and order process management. This study can encourage textile companies who have not yet implemented or not using artificial intelligence for demand forecasting, sale forecasting, and order process management to implement artificial intelligence. And I have further future research direction as well. Studies can be done to understand how artificial intelligence implementation has benefited organization in the supply chain management, and how implementation of artificial intelligence supply chain management leads to cost saving, because artificial intelligence is a very costly process. Thank you everyone.
Okay, I have one question for you, Divya.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What's the role of machine learning in textile industry?
Sir, I have this paper is not technical paper. This paper is just like how the impact of artificial intelligence. But I have not studied machine learning, and I am not putting any machine learning or technical part in my paper.
So how have you defined artificial intelligence in your paper?
Ma'am, just by coefficient part diagram and this correlation. I just put all the how artificial intelligence can affect these areas.
But
yes,
if you could spare some time in listening to me, I am asking simple question. How have you defined this construct? Because you are looking at the impact of one variable on another, or
Yeah.
but how have you defined? Because the definition would decide us that how it is important as a part
But
of the research.
technical part was not there. But yeah, I have done some model fit indices is there, path diagram is there, and the correlation and composition reliability tests are there. Some tests that I have done in this paper.
Are you a student?
No,
You are a
I'm
student.
assistant professor.
Okay. Any other question? Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, Divya. Now, Mr. Radha Rohit, next presenter.
Topic of my is impact of resource conserving technology on cropping pattern in Punjab and Haryana. Let me tell you the resource conserving technology. The resource conserving technology is zero tillage for wheat crop and mechanical rice transplanter for paddy crop. These are two resource conserving technology which we have used. What happened in the 2000 COVID-19 situation arises. Lot of farmers, lot of seasonal, lot of farmers are going from UP and Bihar and Jharkhand for as a seasonal laborer to Punjab. In Punjab and Haryana as a seasonal labor. But these labor in COVID-19 situation, they did not move out of their UP Bihar to Punjab and Haryana. So the farmers they do not have labor. How can they plow their land? So they have used these two technology during COVID-19 situation. This is the research paper. The cropping pattern is based on soil testing and availability of water. If you have a good monsoon, then you have a rice and wheat cropping system is there. If you have a bad monsoon, then you have to use the alternative methods like maize, soybean, groundnut, urad, sesame. These kind of crops you have to use because there is less water is required in doing the farming method. So there is an introduction. There is a socio-economic tables and graphs is prepared by doing the primary data collection in 2022 by myself in Punjab and Haryana. 4 districts are taken. 4 districts are taken. Karnal and Sonipat in Haryana and Ludhiana and Moga district in Punjab. So these 4 districts are taken for primary data collection. And the next slide please. The present study is limited to Punjab and Haryana because these 2 states have adopted resource conserving technology. Next slide. This is the adopter farmers, those who are adopting the technology and those who do not adopt the technology. I have used treatment and control for primary data collection. Total 130 treatments and 272 control farmers. Overall, so in the same manner, Karnal and Sonipat, Ludhiana and Moga. So overall, 804 farm household I have surveyed. Next slide, please. So when we are talking about the treatment farmers, we have seen there is a in Ludhiana there is a 35.37% of farmers have used this technology, but in Sonipat only 3.08 farmers have used this technology. Next slide, please. This is the graph of the same table. Next slide, please. In non-adopter, control farmers, again, Haryana is number 1 and Punjab is number 2 under this control farmer. Again, Sonipat is 3.51 and Karnal is 26 point. Karnal is way ahead of Sonipat in control farmers. Next slide. This is the graph. Next slide, please. In conclusion, I can say those who are having those who are landlords or having good land holdings, they have adopted the resource conserving technology. Those who are small and marginal farmers, they did not adopt this resource conserving technology because they are vulnerable to risk. Small and marginal farmers are vulnerable to risk, and big farmers, they do not they do not have any kind of risk factor because they do adopt this. This is the reference and the
So any specific reason for choosing two particular states? Why is it limited to two states?
These 2 states are Green Revolution states in 1970s, and nowadays they are using this modern technology. But other than these 2 states, UP, Bihar, other states, they do not use this technology.
Okay.
I got this information before going to these 2 states. I got this information from their Punjab Agriculture University, Ludhiana, and Haryana Agriculture University, Hisar.
So this is confirmed that no other state is using the same technology.
Other states are using, but not in a massive manner.
Oh.
That is the prime reason.
Okay. Right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now Miss Jenny R, next presenter.
So good evening everyone. My name is J. I'm the research scholar and I'm coming from Kerala. So my topic for the discussion today, experiential learning in NEP 2020, an insight into the management education in Kerala. So coming to the objectives of the study. So the broad objective is to study is to examine the effectiveness of experiential learning in NEP 2020 and its effect on the employability of management graduates in Kerala. First objective, to examine the perception of teachers regarding the frequency of practicing experiential learning in management education of Kerala. And then to explore the challenges faced by management teachers in incorporating experiential learning in management education of Kerala. Coming to the research methodology. So the study is descriptive in nature. The data has been collected for the study from the primary and secondary sources. A structured questionnaire in the form of Google form is used to gather primary data.
And management education institutes in Kerala has been divided into categories like university departments, self-financing institutions, standalone institutions, deemed universities and autonomous institutions. A sample of 60 postgraduate management teachers from the categories of management institutions in Kerala were identified for the study, and 5-point Likert scale is used to gather from the data from the respondents, and data has been analyzed by using statistical package for social science, that is SPSS. So coming to the conclusion part, so we have performed several analysis, correlation, ANOVA, and finally the conclusion: practicing experiential learning has a significant impact on the enhancement of the employability skills of management graduates in Kerala. Academic and curriculum flexibility is required to practice experiential learning, as there exists a difference in practice of experiential learning among types of institutions. Proper orientation and training on the practice of various experiential learning is required among teachers with a few years of experience. Support from institutional level, university level, and accreditation agencies in conducting training programs and sharing needed resources and assessment tools is of immense importance for the proper implementation of experiential learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Again, my question is that how have you defined experiential learning?
So simply we can say that experiential learning, it is learned by doing.
So what could be a pedagogy? Like, if I'm implementing experiential learning in my campus, what would be the pedagogy or the tools which we should be applying to be called this as an experiential learning?
Yes, ma'am. For the professional programs like MBA, NEP has also advised several strategies, like we have to use case study method and business simulations, field trip, and conducting workshops and seminars. By this form of methodologies and strategies, we can implement the experiential learning.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Jania. Now, Dr. Minashikaran, next presenter.
Everyone, one and all present here. My topic of presentation is impact of social media on youngsters using NVivo. Next one, please. So, as we all know, the rapid proliferation of social media has significantly transformed the daily life of youngsters, influencing their social interactions, academic performance, and mental well-being. Next one. So, straight away I am coming to research methodology. I have taken actually qualitative study. Under this qualitative study, individuals aged between 13 to 24, they have actually more prone, or they are more convenient of using social media platforms. They are more creating reels, and their usage pattern and the time spent, the purpose of which they are being engaged in lot of platforms. The objective is to investigate the impact of social media on the behavior, mental health, social interaction of youngsters, to study the positive and negative side of the social media on youngsters. So that is its findings. On one hand, it facilitates the social connectivity that offers educational resources and provides emotional support, thereby contributing positively to their social and academic lives. But on the other hand, it has a negative side also. It exposes youngsters to risks such as cyberbullying, addiction, mental health issues, including anxiety and depression. The study actually highlights the significant factors that are influencing the youngsters, and what are the other factors that social and positive and negative, both the factors which are important. That's what my study is all about. So this is the positive impact. These are the construct for the positive impact, the negative impact, and this is the significant factor, mediating factors, and this is the combined factors. That's all about my presentation. Thank you. I won't be taking more time. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Any question? Yes. I have taken two studies, Academic of Pediatric, that was study that was done in 2018, and there was another study that was there in my literature review. I have already mentioned it. There were that age group that was selected. They are more prone to using social media platforms, creating more reels on YouTube and even on Facebook and Instagram. That is the age pattern that I have find out, and accordingly I have selected that age group only. Any questions?
Okay,
Sir?
thank you very much, Dr. Manasi.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Next presenter, Dr. Ramnath Verma.
Good evening. Myself, Dr. Rabendranath Verma from Sharda University, Department of Mass Communication. The title of my presentation is on the impact of visual media advertising on consumer psychology and behavior. It is a mixed method study on gender narratives. You can see in the slide. The hard copy also. So, as far as the introduction is concerned, people are socialized by a variety of sources, including the media, parents, friends, peers, and relatives. The term gender describes the standards that are imposed by society and culture on what it means to be man or woman. This study attempts to explore the impact of gender segmentation in advertising and its consequences on brand preference by using a set of qualitative and quantitative questions. Perpetual mapping and picture profiling are used in this study to better understand the impression by examining the brand imaging and their relationship to gender-based advertising. So there are 6 characteristics that can contribute to the creation of gender-based advertisement, like dimension, touch of the feminine, rank, functional, household, subordination, ritualization, and authorized withdrawals. I will come to the methodology directly. There were 60 competitors in all, 31 men and 29 women in the different age groups. You can see the different age groups. As the study was seeking volunteers from 2 distinct genders, particular age group, the sampling study was purposive. A combined questionnaire was both of qualitative and quantitative responses was used, and we have received this information or whatever data from those on the Google form in the WhatsApp. So these are some of the which response we have got. I will directly come on the findings. You can change this, no problem. Basically what I have found on this here. So the goal of the current study was to comprehend the subtle gender disparities in consumer decision brought by gender-based shampoo brands. The findings showed that participants' perceptions of their shampoo varied according to their preference, gender, other personality traits, and physical characteristics. Every response is impacted by the way brands are marketed and subsequently viewed by the consumers. The finding indicates that although there were more male participants than female participants, they provided few justifications. Men tends to give less specific and intimate explanations for their actions. Several other answers were also given by the males, which showed their lack of interest in selecting brands like randomly selected or other families used this. On the other hand, you can see in the next slide, women provided 25 justifications for why they favored a specific kind of shampoos. Their women justifications were more specific, unique, and pertinent to their decisions. Several responses explained the process by which they selected the shampoo for growth, compatibility, better quality, color protections, hair healing, and other reasons. The findings suggested that compared to men, women are more thoughtful and aware of the shampoos they use. Next slide, please. So these are some of the findings which I have displayed in my table. Like Dove shampoos are mostly associated with the women, whereas the Man Matters, Park Avenue are exclusively identified and associated by the men. So next slide, please. I will come to the conclusion part as the time is less. As all around us, advertisement have a significant impact on how people perceive the world. Consumer identify the brand with various traits and physical qualities, which is strongly influenced by gender-specific advertising. It is believed that shampoos with label like kind, delicate, gentle, soft, humble are connected with women. whereas uh, there are also traits that are associated with men's, like muscular, charming, beautiful, and the study looks at how significant they can still be in 21st century. The result of the study can be used by media corporations to promote gender neutral advertising campaigns because they are equally effective. And these are some of the references which I have used in my slide. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the audience side? Okay, Mr. Dr. Amin, thank you very much.
I'll take one question. So one question, like, why do you want this to be gender neutral? You know, because female and male, they would have different kinds of needs as well. You know, the kind of hair we keep, and the male would have different set of hair, and females would be, you know, wearing their hair long. So the needs are different. If you believe that, you know, advertising having gender neutrality, but then the consumption patterns are different and the requirements are different. Why is it not taken into consideration? Like,
As far as my understanding goes, the men means hairs are generally.
no, I understand, you know, maybe the kind of advertisements they are making, they should be more gender neutral. But I'm asking that, you know, the kinds of products men and women are using, they had to be different because, you know, the requirements are different. So that is why they are advertised appropriately, you know, because if I'm having long hair, maybe the shampoos which I require would be different as compared to a male partner. So this is my one of my suggestion. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next we have Ms. Shivani.
Everyone, my name is Shivani and I am a student of MIT University, Gurgaon, Haryana. Today, I will be presenting a review paper on cybersecurity and cybercrime. This paper is guided by Dr. Riya Sapra, Dr. Sarita Gulia, Dr. Ekta Soni. All are the esteemed professors of MIT University. In our increasingly digital society, cybersecurity is a major concern. The threat landscape has evolved with the advancement of technology, growing in complexity and danger. Cybersecurity presents a global threat affecting millions of people worldwide. So the goal of this review paper is to provide a comprehensive understanding of this issue to better combat cybercrime on the global scale. The introduction, the exchange of information and professional activities have become integral in today's cyber civilization. As a result, cybercrime has exponentially grown due to increased use of cyberspace. Cybercriminals exploit design flaws in internet application, posing significant threats. Cybersecurity involves using tools, plans, guidelines, security measures to protect cyberspace and client property. The significance of cyber safety has gained global attention due to the challenges. So, as we know, cybersecurity refers to the techniques, technologies, procedures aimed to safeguard the computer systems, networks, data, and the primary goal is to include the protecting institutional assets from internal and external threats. And cyber criminals and cybercrime include many illegal activities using the internet weakness. Hacking involves breaking into the systems to steal information and disrupt operation or cause harm. Cybercriminals are used advanced techniques like exploiting software flaws or social engineering. So the growth of cybercrime has been increased in 1960. The main first step was taken in the field of crime is in 1960, where the transistor-based computer system is introduced in the era, and these machines are compact, less costly compared to their vacuum tube predecessor. The main aim is to physically harm the computer system and data storage. Its example is that in student disturbance in Canada in 1969, causing a fire and damaging a computer data through which a a privacy issue is highlighted in mid 1960s, which is discussing on the centralized data storage. And then in 1970, computer system and computer data utilization significantly increased. Around 1 lakh framework computers.
Shivani, just your conclusion part.
Okay, sir. So, the increase of cyber crimes in 1960s to 1970s and in 90s, 18, 1919 and in 21st century is increasing. So, cybersecurity has become more crucial aspect of our digital society. Requiring constant vigilance and proactive measures. The first step is to taken that we should be aware them in new cyber threats and criminals which are using their advanced technologies like social engineering and software. Adopting best practice such as using strong passwords, staying informed about the latest cybersecurity threats, and can significantly reduce the risk. By staying informed and making wise decisions individually, organizations can better safeguard themselves against cyber threats. Most of these rules and these laws are being taken in due to which the cyber security and cyber criminals increased. Thank you.
Okay, Shivani, I have one question. Could you please tell me what are the 5C of cybersecurity?
So principles of cyber security.
5Cs of cybersecurity.
Integrity, authenticity, and ability authorization.
Okay, and what about top 5 cyber threats?
Malware, ransomware, denial of service attack, and malware, ransomware, denial of service attacks.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Shivani. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next presenter, Priyanshi Bansal.
Evening to one and all present here. My name is Priyanshi Bansal, student at Jagan Institute of Management Studies, Rohini. Today I am here to talk about my research on the topic Changing Global Landscape and New World of Work, Contours for Sustainable Business. So moving for the introduction part, driven by technological innovation, demographic shifts and environmental challenges, sustainability is emerging as a cornerstone for future-proofing business. So understanding and navigating these dynamics are crucial for business survival and growth. Objectives. Objectives of the research was to explore the intersection of technological advancements, demographic shifts and sustainability imperative and analyze the global business transformation and evolving work dynamics. Next slide. Methodology. Moving for the research methodology, the study begins with a systematic review of relevant literature from journals and government publications. Additionally, multiple case studies were analyzed to provide empirical insights into how leading organizations across different sectors are implementing sustainable business strategies. Findings, next slide. The key findings was that the research was importance of agile strategies, digital innovation and environmental sustainability. Next slide. Now focusing on the recommendations about what I recommend after this research is integrate renewable energy and circular economy principles, develop inclusive workplace policies, invest in digital infrastructure and cyber security, and engage stakeholders with transparent reporting practices. Moving further, lastly for conclusion, this research concludes about profound transformations in global business and work dynamics, imperative for businesses to embrace sustainability, sustainable practices fostering innovation and building resilient business models, and lastly, importance of agility, stakeholder engagement, and ethical stewardship. Thank you. Any questions?
So, how do you define sustainable business?
So, defining sustainable business means business which is looking for the forward and the ethical uses of any business organization and keeping the Indian.
Is it related to ethics?
Not really ethics, but the use
When
of resources. The use of resources.
when you have written that you have taken on the case studies and did a thorough analysis, can you name one of the case study?
No, ma'am.
All right, no problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, next presenter, Supriya Saxena.
Good morning, all of you. Good afternoon. Good evening. Hello. Good evening, all of you. I am Supriya Saxena, research scholar in Sharda University. My topic is automatic recommendation system of web pages for online users using web users mining using artificial neural network. These are some key points which I am going to explain in my PPT. One is web mining, second is web users mining process and web users mining problem faced, introduction to NNN and multi-layer perceptron error architecture and architecture of proposed recommender system and references. What is the web users mining? Web mining is the application of data mining technique to extract knowledge from the web data, which we get from the online. Okay, web mining is to extract knowledge from web content structure and uses is the collection of technologies to fulfill the potential. Web miners has three different types of analysis: web users mining, web content mining, and web structured mining. Next one. These are the three processes. Web content mining. We do the web content mining by getting text, image, audio, video, and structure record. And web users mining by the application server logic, web server logics, and application level logics. And third is web structured. It is we do it from the document structure, hyperlinks, and interdocument. This is basically how we collect the data. Next. There are three processes in web users mining: main, pre-processing, data discovery, and pattern analysis. First, we collect the raw data, which are available on the internet and servers and many other websites. Then we do the pre-processing. After it, we get the pre-processed clickstream data. Then we do the pattern discovery. Then after it, we get the rule, patterns, and statistics. Then after it, we do the pattern analysis, and then we find the final interesting rules and pattern and statistics. This is the process of the web use mining. First, we collect the log files. Then we do the processing. In the processing phase, we clear the data, session identification, and data conversion. Then after it, we can do the three parts: that frequent pattern and discovery, association rule mining, and clustering. And after it, we do the final result is pattern analysis, which gives the final result. Web users mining has the several problems. For example, log processing, log file cleaning, user identification, user session identification, user habit identification, pattern discovery, and knowledge post pre-processing. Introduction to the ANN techniques. A neural network has the capability of adaptive learning, which means the ability to the network to perform tasks on the basis of data given for the training purpose. An artificial neural network from the information it received during learning process help in creating its own organization and representation known as the self-organization. A neural network perform real-time operation which were carried out in parallel, and also using its capability, some special hardware devices can be designed and manufactured. Fault tolerance via redundant information coding. Next. This is the multi-layer perceptron architecture in which it has three layers. First is input layer.
Okay, come to your conclusion part, please.
In we have studied the possible use of ANN in web traffic data mining classification. The discovery of the data pattern allow organization to create customized advertising for better outcomes, we can conclude that for web users pattern identification, the enhanced MLP algorithm is superior to KNN means, and enhanced MLP is better than K-mean as it include an error adjustment algorithm which improve the accuracy by the readjustment and multipass. Thank you.
So this technique which which you have suggested here, what are the nuances of this? You can take mic.
Ma'am, our main aim is to recommend our data to the customer which is more relevant to him, because in today's time we don't have much time to search that if for example
I understand the concept. I'm just asking what are the nuances, what are the problems associated with this?
Okay, actually we are using appropriate algorithm with fuzzy logic, which in it we also use the weights which attach with the input, and it give better result more than previous result.
Oh, so it does the filtering process itself, right?
Yes.
Oh. Any questions from the audience side? Thank you so much, Supriya.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we thank all our paper presenters for sharing their research findings with us, and we'll also like to thank Devinder sir and Sheetal ma'am for handling the session so well. So by the time we prepare the results for the Best Paper Award, may I request Devinder sir and Sheetal ma'am to share their inputs with us, their suggestions and their observations, please.
For compressed biogas, a green, sustainable and innovative energy approach by Dr. Neha Agarwal and Ankur. Dr. Neha, first of all, sorry. I would like to request our director, Dr. Aparna Mishra, and HOD Shamsher sir on the dais for the distribution of the certificates. Welcome. Agarwal, Assistant Professor, Vidya School of Business, and Ankur, Deputy General Manager, GAIL Gas Limited, Meerut, for their paper on compressed biogas, a green, sustainable and innovative energy approach promising reduction of imported natural gas. Okay. So they have left? Yeah. Influence of ESG by Megha Thakur, PhD scholar, KR Mangalam University. Is she here? Okay, she has also left. Yeah. The next paper, what drives foreign equity investment? Professor Ritu Sapra, Professor Pavan Kumar and Dikshit Yadav. For the paper, what drives foreign equity investment to BRICS economies? Next is Professor Shalini Garg and Renu Chikara for the paper, mapping the landscape of inclusive leadership and assistive technology for persons with disabilities, core keywords analysis. Dr. Anand Kiran, Ms. Monica Bhatia and Mr. Banke Krishnan for the paper Controlling Network Devices from a Mobile Phone Using the AWARE Program Framework. Now I would like to call upon Dr. C.J. Jagdisha for his paper Implementing Circular Economy While Digital Transfer Takes Shape for New Space, Small Satellite Constellations and Water Sector in India. Next, I would like to call upon Ms. Neha Gupta, Assistant Professor, Hirank Business School for her paper, Impact of Artificial Intelligence in Elementary Education. Mr. Akhilesh, Research Scholar, Amity Business University, for his paper on consumer trust in e-commerce as a foundation of gender, age, income and occupation, an empirical study. Ms. Divya Rana, Assistant Professor for the paper The Impact of Artificial Intelligence in the Supply Chain Performance for Textile Industry. Next, I would like to call upon Rana Rohit, Research Scholar, Department of Economics, University of Calcutta, for his paper. Is he here? Okay, yeah. For his paper, Impact of Resource Conserving Technology on Cropping Pattern in Punjab and Haryana. Next, I would like to call upon Ms. Jenny for her paper, Experiential Learning in NEP 2020, an insight into the employability of management education in Kerala. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Ramendra Nath Verma and Dr. Dhruv Sabharwal for his paper on Impact of Visual Media Advertising on Consumer Psychology and Behavior, a mixed method study on gender narratives. Dr. Shivani Vadhava, Priyanshi Bansal and Dr. Silki Madan for their paper on Changing Global Landscape and New Worlds of Work, Contours for Sustainable Business. Audience, please give a big round of applause to them. Minakshi Khar for a paper on impact of social media. Next, I would like to call upon Ms. Supriya Saxena, Research Scholar, Sharda University, for her paper on automatic recommendation of web pages for online users using web usage mining using artificial neural networks. Please, a big round of applause for the paper presenters. Next, Ms. Shivani from Amity University. She presented the paper titled Cybersecurity and Cybercrime. A big round of applause for Meenakshi. Yes. Now I would like to call upon Swarnika Singh, the member of organizing committee, to declare the results and to give the vote of thanks. You have to be there on the stage. Sheetal ma'am, please share the dais with ma'am. Devendra sir, please come on the stage. Shamsher sir.
For every research scholar and every national conference waits for. So the best paper award for the 12th national conference goes to Dikshit Yadav, PhD scholar, Department of Commerce, University of Delhi, for the paper titled What Drives Foreign Equity Investment to BRICS Economies. Congratulations, Dikshit sir. We also would like to announce that there is a cash prize for the best paper award, that is for an amount of rupees 5,000. Dignitaries for the honor. Now, dear ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of the enriching technical session, it is my privilege to extend a vote of thanks to all who have made this event a grand success. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our esteemed Vice Chairman Sir, Shri Vipul Gupta ji. His unwavering support, strategic guidance and inspiring leadership have been cornerstone to our success. I would also like to extend our sincere thanks to our respected director, Dr. Aparna Mishra ma'am. Your dedication, insightful direction and meticulous planning have ensured the smooth execution of this event, ma'am. Your ability to steer academic and operational endeavors with such expertise is truly commendable. Thank you so much, ma'am, for all the support. I would like to express my profound gratitude to our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Vandana Ahuja ma'am, Director of Symbiosis Institute. Her insightful address has set a remarkable stone to the session and provided us with the invaluable perspectives. Our deepest thanks to our session and co-session chair, Dr. Sheetal Chadda, Associate Professor at JIMS, and our session co-chair, Dr. Devinder Sharma, Associate Professor at Banarsi Das Chandiwala Institute. Your expert guidance and seamless moderation have ensured the smooth flow and high quality of our discussion and paper presentation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. To all the research scholars and academicians who have presented their papers, your dedication and hard work are the backbone of any conference. Thank you so much for attending the event, coming here and presenting the paper and attending a long day session. Your presentations have been both thought-provoking and inspiring, sparking significant conversation and ideas that will definitely carry forward. First, after that, to the core committee members, first I would like to extend my sincerest gratitude to our anchoring team, Dr. Taru ma'am, Ms. Tanushri ma'am. Your dedication and expertise have kept the session really engaging and seamless, ensuring that every part of the event flowed very smoothly. Thank you so much, Taru ma'am and Tanushri ma'am. A very, very special thanks to the technical team, Dr. Chitra John and Ms. Himani madam. Your expertise have ensured that everything ran without a hitch and have been crucial to the success of the event. So thank you very much to the technical team. It is again my privilege to extend my heartfelt thanks to a group of individuals whose hard work and dedication have made today's program seamless and professional. Our exceptional stage management, photography and decoration team, Dr. Suniti, Ms. Neha Singh, Ms. Parthi and Ms. Shruti. Thank you so much to the stage management team. A very special thanks to our rapporteurs of this session who have been engaged to listen and note down each and everything. Ms. Sarika Walia and Jayan sir, thank you so much for your keen attention to each and every detail. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude again to the backbone of the event, our dedicated administrative staff, Dr. Vedpal Singh and Mr. Arvind. Their tireless efforts behind the scenes have been crucial in ensuring the smooth running of this event. Thank you so much, sir. Special thanks to the escorting team led by Dr. Vikas Dhaiya, Ms. Renu and others. Your impeccable coordination and warm hospitality have ensured that our guests felt welcomed and well guided throughout the day. Thank you, Renu ma'am. Thank you, Vikas sir. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed faculty members. Your presence and coordination and contribution reflect the strong academic foundation of our institute and inspire us all. Now, coming to a very special team and the core committee members, starting again from Dr. Aparna Mishra, our director, Dr. Shamsher Singh, Dr. Nidhi Singh, Ms. Aneet Kaur. Your relentless efforts in planning, organizing and overseeing every detail have been instrumental in ensuring the success of the event, from conceptualizing the agenda to coordinating with various teams and managing numerous challenges. Along the way, your leadership and commitment have been truly commendable. Thank you so much. Now to the student coordinators, thank you to the all student coordinator. Your enthusiasm, dedication, coordination is really remarkable. Thanks to the student coordinators. Now, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to the utility staff, Mr. Mobin, Mr. Akhilesh, your hard work and dedication ensuring the venue have perfectly set up. Thank you so much. I am delighted to present the vote of thanks, and I present each and every one who is present over here. Thank you so much for making this session very wonderful and memorable. Now I would like to call each one of you on the dais for a group photograph.